Wait, I'm invisible. I forgot. I hadn't turned off my invisibility yet. Hang on. I'm no longer invisible, henchbuns. Hello. I am no longer invisible. I've turned off my invisibility. I'm sorry, I was in stealth mode and you couldn't see me, but I turned it off and now here I am. Hello. Hello, Manos and Encon and Gotetsu. I hope all of you are having a wonderful Saturday evening, henchbuns. It's a good one. It's been a little chilly today, but also kind of rainy, and I actually kind of like rainy weather. It's very relaxing to me. So I've been relaxing a lot today, playing some games, grinding in Digital Devil Saga so we can actually finish it next time I play that. Playing a little bit of Undernight with a friend. We've been having a good time. I've been having a good time today, henchman. Very relaxing. I feel relaxed. I feel chill. I'm ready to read more Fate Stay Night. You had to go to Walmart because you needed new sheets. Well, I hope your sheet quest was successful. I am excited to read more Fate Stay Night. I don't know what could happen from here. Last time Saber, if I remember right, last time a couple weeks ago, Saber had that cool fight with Assassin, and then Archer called Shiro an idiot and left. And that was all Archer has done since the opening. Because Saber beat his ass so hard he had to go nonverbal. That's what happened last Fate session. That's basically what happened. I'm hoping that more things start to happen. Saber does beat people fences a lot. She's very strong. She's really small, but really strong. So, congratulations, by the way, Manos, on your 40 stream streak. That is as many as 410s, and that is wonderful. It is wonderful that there are 410s of streams. That's a good thing. It's a good thing that you have watched so many streams. You should keep it up. You should devote every inch of your life to me. Yes. Yes. But I am excited to read more Fate. I don't know what could happen from here. We're still on the first routes. So I'm not sure what happens from here. I guess we gotta fight more guys. I guess Caster's the problem right now, right? Because right there, that's where Saber fought Assassin, was on the steps to the mountain shrine where evidently Caster is hanging out. And Caster's just like sucking the life out of people slowly in the entire city. Which is, you know, problematic. Shiro doesn't like that. And that means they're absorbing a lot of energy or whatever so they can get big and strong. So I guess Caster's kind of the main bad guy right now. I guess Caster is in fact the main bad guy right now. We saw a glimpse of her on a bad end. And she seemed kind of hot. I do support women's wrongs as well. Especially when they're hot. So, you know, I think we're on to something. Caster seems cool. We did meet Ryder as well. We talked to Shinji at his house that has no lights on for some reason. And, you know, everybody knows Shinji sucks, and we got to meet Ryder earlier. That's also what happened in the last Fate Stay Night session. Ryder is also quite attractive. She's got a weird mask. She's kind of like the 2B mask. So I guess she came first. I bet you Ryder gave a lot of people an inclination for that sort of thing, right? Kind of a motionless lady in an eye mask type thing. I bet that's why 2B looks like that. I bet Yoko Taro was like, you gotta make her look like Ryder. I wouldn't be surprised. There's so many things that can trace their lineage back to Fate. I do want to learn more about Ryder though. He seems cool. I don't know what she rides, if anything. Because, you know, Archer doesn't arch, so who cares what anybody does actually, I guess. Who cares? You don't actually have to do what your class name implies, apparently. Ryder can ride nothing, Archer can arch nothing. Whatever, it's all made up bullshit. It's all nonsense. All this RPG bullshit. None of it makes any sense. That Archer archers in other ways? He definitely strikes me as a guy who moves in a bit of a bisexual way. Queen Medib canonically qualifies as a writer because she fucked so. What? What does that mean? Is Queen Medib a Fate character? She's a writer because she rides meat? Literally? Is that what you're saying? She rides men. Okay. Good for her. I guess I could be a writer then too. This Fate Stay Night class shit is easy actually. Her noble phantasm is fucking you to death. That's kind of awesome. This is why I support women's wrong. I could do that. She's not special. She's not the only one. Anyways, I don't... That sounds like some ancillary media. That doesn't sound like something that's actually in this original visual novel that I'm reading. That sounds like some Fate Go shit. So, it's not relevant to what we're reading here today. She runs over you with her carriage and then fucks you. You know what? Good for her. I support whatever she's up to. It is funny, Pygrade. I don't not appreciate you bringing it up. Like, oh. I don't think you're... I was just talking to myself, okay, I shouldn't kill this guy because that's not a spoiler. We're talking about some other thing. Anyways, henchman. Oh, wait. Let's get my glasses on. My reading glasses. I'm prepared to read. I am prepared to read more of the Fate. I'm gonna move on over here. We will get into it. Let me make sure I'm getting my shit captured. We're gonna start this up. I am excited to see what happens next. I hope more things happen. It's kind of a slow-paced story right now, right? I don't get not a lot happens in a 5-hour burst. There we go. Let's see if it's capturing correctly. It is, but it's really large. Hang on. It's so large it's breaking out of the containment of my monitor. The monitor has been lowered. We're in. Turning off some other things. Alright, say goodbye to the playlist. Also, why is my window captured? Turn that off. I don't need that. Okay. They definitely don't call it Family Dinner Simulator for nothing. There's been a lot of dinner scenes. That is true. I wonder what's for dinner. Okay, now it looks weird. That seems right. That seems correct. Alright. No, capture it. There we go. I'm fading, staying, my nighting. Let us read. Let us read, henchbuns. So, literally, I last stopped on Archer calls Shiro a moron, and then that's the end of the night. That's literally the last place I stopped. Sword and Magic 2. Let me make sure I am where I am. Well, there's a lot of options here. Yeah. Okay, yes, we did in fact talk to Archer. Yep, that was the last thing we did. Fujine waves as she heads out for work. Oh, that's right. Shiro's skipping school so he can train swords with Saber. It's 7:30 in the morning. I see the two of them off without incident, so there's only one thing left to do now. He is, yeah, while they were going to school, he's studying the blade. Just wanted to make sure the volume was correct. If you insist. I too would skip school to touch tips with Saber. To cross swords with her. It's been literally one day, man. I don't know what fruits you have bloomed here. Yeah, exactly. This is exactly how I was expecting it to go. I'm unable to dodge Saber's counterattack. Both the Shinai and I tumble to the ground. My fingers tingle where they grip the Shinai. Saber's counterattack lands as I lunge in with all my might. I'd figured brute force was my only option. No shock that I dropped my Shinai and fell right on my ass after an attack like that. Shiro, you fucking suck at this. Shiro, can you stop flailing around like a wounded animal and think about what you're doing for 5 seconds? Just like you struck at Heracles, right? That worked out so well. This is a man who fails to ever learn his fucking lesson. Have you noticed his henchbuns? Yeah, he keeps mashing. That was a trick, Shiro. I deceived you. See? I deceived you. I played on your expectations. I subverted your expectations in this battle. It's all about the mind game, Shiro. She's got you read like a book. You didn't weigh the risk reward, and for that, you gotta owe. Yeah, I get it. This is how fights work. Well, you're much better at not fucking up and dying, I guess. I guess that's something. We'll see how this plays out. Excuse me. We'll see how that plays out in actual practice, in a practical situation. Saber looks pleased. Unless it's my imagination, she seems happy to see her student improving a bit.
そろそろ休憩時間ですね。水を汲んできましょうか、シロ。
ああ、水ならいいよ。夜間持ってきたから、それで飲む。
You're gonna... Okay. Just gonna pour some scalding hot water down my throat. I drag my fatigued body towards the wall. After wiping the sweat from myself with the towel I brought along, I take several gulps from the kettle. I take a deep breath. It's been almost 3 hours since I saw Tosaka and Fujine off. I've spent every minute since sparring with Saber. As usual, Saber doesn't explain much, and I don't ask her any questions while we cross swords. I have pretty much no chance of winning, but I do seem to be moving better the more I fight Saber. I'm not expecting to improve my fighting techniques. The point here is to train my body, not my mind, to get accustomed to battle. It's better than doing nothing, and since I am starting from basically nothing, there wouldn't be much point here unless I spend time working on this one thing. All I do is think about how to fight when the time comes for me to face a master. I'm dead.
セイバーはやっぱり汗一つかいてないか。
I've noticed that Shiro has this thing of like, I suck at everything. I'll just practice this one thing. That just seems to be what he does. I'm a little disappointed, but I shouldn't expect to be on her level in just a day or two. And just like yesterday, Saber rests, seated in a seiza position. It'd be a waste to just sit here. I might as well take the opportunity to talk with her. Okay then. A secret blade technique for dummies. Which should we choose? We want to know more. Do we want to know more about Saber before she became a servant, or should we learn a secret blade technique for dummies? Yeah, see, Shiro's definitely the kind of guy who's constantly telling himself that he just needs to lock in. Just need to lock in. I want to know more about Saber before she became a servant. I wonder what Saber was like when she was alive. Saber is so beautiful, so I'm sure everyone must have liked her. Brother. Calling her Saber is what's throwing me off, but I bet she was an ordinary girl who never held a sword. You... whatever. She's so pretty, she could never have fought with a sword. Says a guy who literally knows that she could only exist by being famous for fighting with a sword. I'm so curious, I just blurt out what's on my mind without thinking, or even realizing I'm doing it.
はい。何か言いましたか、シロ。
あ、いや、セイバーはどんなやつだったのか想像してただけだ。別にセイバーの使命を知りたいんじゃなくて、どういう生活を送ってたのかなって。
はあ。私がどういう人間だったかですか。おかしなことに関心を持つのですね、シロは。
What if she tells I was a man? Oh, that's weird.
迷惑だったら聞き流してくれ。単に思いついただけなんだ。セイバーはセイバーのサーバントだけど、サーバントになる前はもっと違った人間だったんじゃないかって。
That's right. I imagine she lived a peaceful life, as befits a lovely girl like her. He just can't understand anything. You can tell him 500 times and he just won't fucking get it.
私は生まれた時から剣を与えられた騎士ですから。あなたの言うような違った私は存在しなかった。
うわ、じゃあ昔からそんなにきつい性格してたのか、セイバー。
Wow, that's rude.
そりゃ大変だ。俺、周りの人たちに同情するかも。
Should you be saying this out loud? Shouldn't this be your internal monologue?
それはどういう意味でしょうか。私は厳しくはありますが、周りに強要した覚えなどありません。
嘘つけ。今日の特訓ぶりでな。セイバーが情け容赦ないやつだって思い知った。
Some thought should be kept inside Shiro.
見ろ、このミミズバレ。人がちょっと間違えただけで危機として打ち込んでくるんだから。この鬼教官。
私は喜んでなどいません。
Oh, you made her blush.
シロには申し訳ありませんが、厳しくしなければ鍛錬にならないでしょう。
This is strange. I somehow never expected Saber to make a face like that.
何ですかその目は。いきなり黙り込むのは卑怯だと思います。
ああ、いや、セイバーがそういう風に怒るのが意外でびっくりした。
そうですか。私としては思ったことを主張しただけなのですが。
だからかな。セイバー、あんまり自分の感情で話さないじゃないか。
You're kind of like a robot.
そうでしょうか。私は自分の信念に基づいて行動しているつもりですが。
だからそれはセイバーの気持ちじゃなくて考えだろ。そうじゃなくて素直に思ったままのことをあんまり話さないじゃないか、セイバーは。
それは当然です。私に求められるものは個人としての意見ではなく立場としての意見ですから。それは今も昔も変わらない。私はセイバーのサーバントとしてシロを守る。
She does like saying this.
そのため以外のことを口にするべきではないし、考える必要もないでしょう。
それはそうだけど、それじゃあセイバーがつま
I
らない
don't think she's the kind of person who really cares about being
だろうけ
bored,
ど
Shiro.
それにかかりきることはないんじゃないか。セイバーにだって自分のやりたいことがあるんだから。
ですから私のやるべきことはシロを守ることです。ただでさえ
What I
マ
want
スターとして
is to win the fucking war, you
私の
stupid
言うことに
child.
聞かず戦おうとするあなたをこうして鍛えているのではありませんか。
いや、そういうことじゃないんだけど、まあセイバーがそう言うならいいか。
I feel like this conversation has softened Saber up. She even looks more cheerful now. So as not to ruin the moment, I decided not to press the matter. That's great. I'm so glad we had another circular conversation. The next thing I know, it's noon.
お昼時ですね、シロ。
なあ、昼時だな。
Both our stomachs growl in agreement.
飯にしよう。セイバーはなんか食べたいものはあるか。
私は特に
That's a really good
シロが
sprite.
用意してくれる食事ならおおむね満足
She
してい
loves
ま
the
す。
food. Saber puts it kind of oddly. Well, at least she's not picky like Tosaka.
じゃあ買い出しに行ってくる。昨日と同じくらいに帰ってくるから今に行っててくれ。
That's a really good Saber sprite. She's so cute there.
はい、期待しています、シロ。
I decided to try making shrimp balls for lunch. I've always wanted to try making them at home. They'll be piping hot balls of ground shrimp, a bit bigger than takoyaki.
マスタードも買ったし、3時のお茶受けも。
3 o'clock snack time. You schedule those out? I load my purchases onto my bike. That reminds me, I met Ilya here yesterday.
あいつ。
Oh yeah, right, that scene with Ilya where they went to the park. Well, she probably shouldn't be coming here every day. Somehow, not seeing her is disappointing, though. I haven't told Saber or Tosaka about meeting Ilya yesterday. She didn't confront me as an enemy, and I'm hesitant to tell them about her in the first place.
まさかな。昨日いたからって今日もいるって話でもない。
We'll see about that. So I really should get on my bike and... I don't know. I guess we'll swing by the park. I'll just take the long way home. It's just about a 5-minute detour. I'm being whimsical here, and I don't need to make excuses about that. Whimsical, okay. I park my bicycle. I step into the park, my groceries still on my bike.
なんで。
Am I doing this in the first place? It's just so impulsive of me. Just had that passing thought that it would be nice to see her. Oh yeah, she's hanging. Oomphy's hanging out. And then I see a silver-haired girl standing off on her own. She doesn't seem to have noticed me. If I wanted, I could just leave. But if I were going to do that, I wouldn't have come here in the first place.
いや、誰も何もシロだけど。
That's who.
シロ、本当に？
なんだよ。驚くこと。
Who else would it be? Who else do you know looks like
なんだから
this?
通りかかることだってあるだろう。エリアの方こそ、なんだって今日も公園にいるんだよ。昨日もそうだけど、
Yeah, she's hanging out. She loves the park.
実はそうなの。あんまりやることがないから遊びに来たんだけど、セラはシロには会っちゃダメだって。
That is true. You've in fact already killed me like a couple times.
シロと遊んでも楽しくないって言うのよ。
いや、それは。
Whoa, that makes it pretty hard to come up with a response.
けど私、それは違うと思うわ。だって、シロといると楽しいもの。だからね、
You were pretty into the idea of killing me before. I'm just saying.
ずっと待ってたの。シロが来てくれ
I guess she changed her mind.
ちょっと待て。まさかとは思ったけど、本当に俺を待ってたのか、イリア。
そうだよ。ずっと前からね、シロが来たらいいなーって思ってたんだから。
バカ、寒いのは苦手なんだろ。俺に用があるならうちまで。まずいか。セイバーと鉢合わせたら問答無用で戦いになる。いや、それにしたって他に色々あるだろう。昨日みたいに商店街にいれば俺を見つけられただろうし。
Yeah, don't lie and say it was just a coincidence.
それはダメなんだ。私から会っちゃダメなんだもん。
Oh, I see.
昨日のは1回だけの反則なの。だから今日はシロが来てくれそうな場所で待つことにして、こうして見事に
She's very wise. Well, eventually he'll have to go grocery shopping, is what she thought. Ilya skips around excitedly. Her bouncing silver hair makes her look like a winter fairy.
それは分かったけどな。
That's like the second time you've
なんだ
said
って
that.
俺に会いに来たんだよ。いや、昨日程度の話でいいなら付き合うけど。
別に今日は何でもないよ。シロに会えればいいなって思っただけだし、私たちは敵同士だもの。聖杯戦争が終わりそうになったら殺しに来てあげるから、その時。
She is pretty funny, I must admit. She says it so innocently. The disconnect between her words and manner is hard to swallow. It's not that she's going to kill me so much as how unfitting it seems for her to be a master.
イリア、それは本当にお前がしたいことなのか。お前は本当に自分から聖杯戦争なんてものに首を突っ込んだ。
She loves the murder.
そうだよ。おじい様の言いつけだもん。
I think she loves all the killing.
私はアインツベルンの中で一番マスターに向いてる大きな聖杯の持ち主なんだから。
Her holy grail is so big.
それはおじい様ってやつの言いなりってことじゃないのか。イリアは自分の意思でマスターに。
I've got the biggest holy grail. It's just the best holy grail.
そうだったかな。よく思い出せないけど、私は生まれた時からマスターだったよ。だから戦うのは当たり前なんだって。
それは違う。人から言われて戦うんならやめろ。そもそも
I don't think she's gonna.
こんな殺し合いは似合わない。
命乞いをしてるってわけじゃなさそうね。お兄ちゃんたら本気で私のこと心配してるんだ。
そうだよ。他のやつはともかくお前みたいなのが戦うのは嫌なんだ。できるなら
Little girls should not be doing big murders. That murder is too big for you, little girl.
そうね。シロが私のサーバントになってくれるならやめてもいいよ。
I don't think that's how it
そうす
works.
ればシロを殺さなくてよくなるもの。
I don't think that's how it works. I don't think a regular guy can become a servant.
何言ってんだお前。サーバントになれって意味分かって言ってるのか。
Besides, there's no way I could be a substitute for Berserker.
俺は戦いをやめろって言ってるんだ。サーバントを捨てろって言ってるのに、なんだって俺までイリアの使い魔にならなくちゃいけないんだよ。
使い魔じゃないよ。サーバントだってば。いつも一緒にいてくれるのがサーバントなんでしょ。だからシロはそばにいてくれるだけでいいんだよ。
Okay, there's like these are two distinct concepts. Hold on a minute. Don't tell me. Does Ilya think
一つ聞くが、サーバントってなんだイリア。
私のものなんでしょ。
I mean, I guess that's true. That's not untrue. Ellipses. I knew it. Ilya considers servants to be just that. Command spells, masters, none of that matters. To her, a servant is just something that protects her. No, I'm not gonna do that. I say no. Oh, brother. I'm worried about Ilya, but I don't know. But I know I can't be by her side 24/7 either.
Ilya, 俺にはセイバーがいるんだ。それにマスターとして他のマスターを止めなくちゃいけない。その悪いけど、イリアのサーバントにはなれないよ。
シローだから譲歩してあげたのに、そんなこと言うならもう知らないんだから。
Oh no. It's over. Now she's gonna kill you extra hard. You said the wrong thing. You've destroyed your chance at not being annihilated by Berserker. It's over for you, buddy. Ilya just runs out of the park, not listening to me anymore. I try to follow her, but I can't find her. You're really bad at this, Hero. You're bad at talking to girls of all ages. I sigh and go back to my bike. But I don't think she'll just suddenly attack again like when we first met that night. So I should probably have one more chance to convince her. We'll see about that, buddy. We finish eating lunch, then continue our training in the afternoon. I keep crossing blades with Saber, never getting tired of it. We keep training and only plan to stop when Tosaka and Fujine come home. But our training is interrupted by the sound of the doorbell.
Shiro, 来客のようですが。
なあ、ちゃんと聞こえた。ちょっと出てくるから、セイバーはここにいてくれ。
いえ、招かれざる客ということもありえます。
I'm your guard dog, Shiro. I must follow you everywhere. Saber has a point. But while she's right, if the visitor is just a neighbor, they might get suspicious of Saber. The neighbors do think I'm the only one living here. Then again... Sakura and Fujine already come and go freely, so there's no point in me worrying about the neighbors. Don't freak them out with your white girl and mannerisms.
わかっています。私はシロの遠い親戚ということですね。
そうそう。それでよろしく。はい、今出ます。
I rush to the entrance amid the sounds of incessant ringing. Oh, hey, you say.
具合が悪いというから様子を見に来たぞ、エミヤ。
That's right. Oh, are you Caster's master, Issei? It's not an enemy or a neighbor. It's a friend from school.
なんだ、一世か。
なんだとは失礼だな。見舞いに来た知人に。
I like Issei. I think he's funny. But I also think he might be Caster's master. Because, you know, it's in the big shrine that he's the head of now. Or going to be when he grows up, at least. Even as Issei complains, he hands me a paper bag.
なんだよこれ。
見舞い品だ。普段風邪一つひかぬエミヤが病欠しているのだから、それぐらいは持参する。
Yeah, apples will cure your tuberculosis. Or so I'm told. I'm grateful for his concern, but unfortunately I didn't take a day off because I'm sick. Besides, a bag full of apples doesn't seem appropriate for a young guy like him to bring as a get-well-soon gift. What does that mean?
果物は苦手だったか？
いや、好きだよ。そうだ。いろいろ複雑だが、気持ちはありがたく。
He's kind of gay. I bow to him to show my appreciation. Yeah, this whole scenario is pretty fruity. Quite literally.
お前の後ろにいる女性は何者だ？
I guess it is an old man kind of gift, right? Like, that's like something your grandparents bring you. I heard you were feeling bad. I brought you some fruit. Fruit makes you feel better. It's good for you. Saber is standing just behind. She's looming. I get it. Issei must have locked eyes with Saber when I bowed to him. I'm so suspicious of women. Issei gazes intently at Saber. He's extremely shy and always cold to new people and people he doesn't like.
いや、彼女はセイバーって言って、その。
四郎の遠い親戚です。この家の主人だった桐次が外国にいた折、懇意にさせていただきました。先日こちらに観光に来たのですが、縁を頼りに宿を借りているのです。
ね。
Saber makes the story sound pretty convincing. Yeah, she's much better at this lying thing than you are.
エミヤのお父さんのお知り合いでしたか。聞けばかなりの旅行好きと聞いています。あなたのような人と知り合いになることもあるでしょう。
It's not surprising to me he would have met a white woman. Issei, who's supposed to be extremely bashful around strangers, accepts the story so easily.
なるほど。事情は分かったぞ、エミヤ。病欠というのは口実で、観光に来た彼女の案内をしていたのかな。
I guess that is technically sort of true.
まあ、そういうことになる。
Well, in broad terms, nothing I've said is entirely untrue, I think.
ならお邪魔しても構うまい。ここまで運んできた例としてちゃんと振る舞ってくれ。ここ2日ばかり学校で起きた出来事。
Issei's funny. I like him. I think Issei is great. Issei takes off his shoes and steps up into the house.
なんだよ俺って。一応忙しいんだぞ、俺。世間話はまたの機会にしてくれ。
何を言っている？お前、うちの前に自転車を乗り捨てて行っただろう。
そうか。竜道寺に。
Don't worry about that. Don't worry about why I did that.
だろう？それを持ってきてやったのだ。
Thank you for bringing back my bike, though.
俺とて忙しい中、生徒会に行かずまっすぐ家に帰りここまで戻ってきたのだ。それでも茶の一つも出せないというのか、お前は。
No. Go away. He did do me a favor. I might have 3 bikes, but out of the 3, the one I left at Ryudo Temple is the most expensive, and my favorite. He's being very insistent. Saber nods silently. Get it? She likes black tea because she's British. How many bikes did Shiro have again? This comes up in the sequel? Well, he just said 3. What are you quizzing me? I'm paying attention. Alright, brother. Take it down a notch.
なんだ他に何かあるのか
飲み物でしたら私も日本茶を緑茶は嫌いではありません
Ooh. Daring today, aren't we? Saber is fairly opinionated for some reason. It's odd hearing her say that in her usual tone. After about an hour of meaningless chatter, Issei decides to head home. Most of the small talk in the living room was about school, and I asked a few sly questions to find out if anything unusual was going on, but it seems like business as usual. He did. Okay, you're not. I know. I was just joking. He said he did say he has 3 bikes a little bit ago. 3 bikes seems like a lot. What do you need that many for? I've decided not to be Snoopy. Issei nods as if satisfied. Now that I think about it, how could such a shy guy warm so quickly and easily to Saber?
なあ、伊勢。お前、セイバーとは初対面だったのに、機嫌が良かったけど、どういう風の。
何を言うか。これでも寺の飯で育った身だぞ。人の良し悪しぐらい見抜けなくてどうする。素性は知らぬが、あの子の霊気は澄んでいる。
Yeah, sure, man. You peered into her heart, or whatever.
へえ、伊勢、そういうことわかるんだ。ちょっと見直した。
ま、普通はわからん。だがあれぐらい飛び抜けていると未熟者でも見て取れるのだ。見習い坊主でも傍らに神仏がおられれば、新規ぐらいは感じられる。つまり、
She's so radiant. No guy can resist her. Is what we're saying about Saber. Well, that's rare. Issei's praising a girl. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he just loves white women. Homosexual except for white women. That's good. I was worried Issei wouldn't like her because all she did was listen to us talking.
当然だろう。彼女はいい子じゃないか。嫌うのは難しい。
けどな、いいやつなのはわかるんだけど、ちょっと不愛想だろ。セイバーはいつもああだから、別に異性を嫌ってるってわけじゃないぞ。
え？不愛想か。
不愛想だよ。まだ笑ったこともないし、俺たちがバカ笑いしていた時だってブスッとしたままだったじゃないか。
いや、結構笑っていたわ。
Your ass is just not paying attention, Shiro. That's ridiculous. Sure, I've seen the occasional warm expression on Saber's face, but I've never seen her actually smile or laugh before.
そうだ。セイバーが腹を抱えて笑っている姿なんて想像できない。
Your ass is just not paying attention.
いや、そういうのではなくてだな。お前が笑ってるのを見て笑っていたのだが、なんだ、気がついてなかったのか。
Huh? She was smiling when she saw me laugh?
あのさ、それ、俺のことをバカにしてるってことなんだろうか。
なるほど。また珍妙な解釈をする。
It's like he has a complex or something.
そのあたりは己で悩め。何事も自問することより始まるのだ。カツ。
Issei, priest son that he is, ends with his usual catchphrase and leaves my house laughing. I guess that's something priests say. He leaves me with his cryptic comments. Idiot. At least he could have said goodbye. It wasn't all that cryptic. I just think you're a moron. The sun is setting, so today's training ends. I'm practically at my limit, and I still have magecraft lessons from Tosaka tonight. I failed to land a blow on Saber like I'd hoped, but I should have at least saved some energy for tonight. It's also my turn to prepare dinner tonight. Saber went to wash up after me, so she won't be back for a while. Tadaima! Fujine bursts into the living room, practically a bundle of energy, and immediately dives onto a cushion on the floor. Unlike Saber, who needs to sleep over half the day, Fujine is like this all day, every day. I bet it's no different when she's asleep. I could go for an apple. I hate that when sometimes you read food, like you read about a food in a story or something, you're like, damn, I could eat that food you just mentioned right now. And it's just something as simple as an apple. I'm like, I could go for an apple. I clicked off by accident. Sorry. She's holding one of the many apples on the table. That's a lot of apples. I too could fuck up an apple. Apple pie is a lot of work. I don't know if you know this, Fujine. Fujine takes a casual bit of the apple as she makes her suggestion. I had put some apples I'd already washed out on the table, but I guess she's not the sort to care. Ooh, spaghetti with some fancy. Damn, that does sound good. Misunderstanding her now, shouldn't she be a little bit more considerate about the gift my friend gave me out of concern? Her greed sickens me. She's so hungry all the time. You don't understand. A girl's gotta eat. For once, I should give her a piece of my mind. Fujine, where's my gift? She's actually going to force me to make a pie. Don't worry about the apples. Fujine, eat some tangerines. These are all very bizarre responses. I don't know. I don't know, chat room. I'll tell her to eat tangerines.
藤ね、リンゴ食うのもいいけど、ちゃんとノルマは果たせよな。藤ねが買い込んだみかん、まだ段ボール1箱分残ってんだぞ。
あ、嫌なこと思い出しちゃった。もうみかんは食べ飽きたよ。
Tangerines are good though. I like citrusy fruits. Fujine's fangs, I mean her teeth, dig into an apple while she complains.
何が食べ飽きただ。言っとくけど、俺は反対したんだからな。俺とさくらと藤ねしかいない。
That's a lot of tangerines. Why did you buy that many? I can't imagine being able to eat that much before they go bad. Oh, I see. The New Year's tangerine thing.
つかぬことを聞くけど、みかんってどのくらいで傷むのかな。
常温で2週間から1ヶ月。
You better eat those fucking tangerines, bitch. Well, I'm storing them in a cold room, so we should have a little more time.
ゲゲ。じゃあ今まさに食べ頃腐り頃。
藤ね、間違っても一人暮らしなんかするなよな。最近の食中毒。
This bitch cannot be left unattended.
ちゃんと賞味期限をチェックして、夏場の魚料理も気をつけること。
Yeah, you could make them into juice. You can make them into smoothies.
その時はシロンとこにお邪魔するから平気。余り物でいいからちょうだいね。
余り物なんかやるか。
バカ。
藤ねは大食いだからな。飯食いに来るなら。
That is true. She would complain if all she got was left over. I huff as I turn my way and go back to the preparing dinner. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, like that'll ever happen. Wow, rude. This coming from the deadbeat teacher.
それよりさ、なんであんなにいっぱいみかん買ったんだよ。さくらはああいう果物嫌いだし、俺だって食べる方じゃないって知ってるだろ。
I might as well ask the question that's been bothering me since New Year's.
別に。あ、けどオレンジペコって響きいいよね。
No? Well, I was a fool to expect sense from Fujine. I guess it was just nonsense all along. She's just a silly lady. I finished preparing dinner. It's past 7. Saber and Fujine are in the living room, and Tosako, who's usually here by now, isn't. I hope she didn't get cut in half by Heracles. I don't think Tosaka is the type to get into trouble, but I also know she sometimes makes huge mistakes. That is true. If it's just looking around the house, I should be fine alone. I head out to the hallway. As I'm about to leave the house, Tosaka walks in wearing her coat. Well, mystery solved, I guess. You're like some sort of male wife. Tosaka jokes casually, but her face is completely expressionless. That's scary. The people who can joke like that with such a straight face are the most terrifying sort of people. The moment I try to ask her what happened, I spot blood on her hand. It's a small blood stain and her index finger is swollen. Does that mean... She does seem like the kind to start a fight. Hell yeah. That's a perfectly good guy to punch, actually. Get his ass. Fuck that guy. Tosaka huffs and passes right by me. Okay, so she gave him a knuckle sandwich. Then the bloodstain and swollen finger would make sense. Hey, wait! He probably had it coming. He's basically asking to get got like every moment of every day. He fucking sucks and everybody hates him. I don't know what your specific weird issue is, Shiro. We made a pun. Tosaka snorts again. I can even tell it's not even a translation because she literally said bear. In English. A brief silence. I don't know what to say, so I keep my mouth shut. An awkward silence stretches between us. Wow, what a backstabbing bitch. He was saying the same shit about you like 2 days ago. Isn't that short-sighted even for you, Tosaka? Or maybe Shinji said something so stupid that he actually pissed Tosaka off, even though she's usually so level-headed? It's true, he probably had it coming. I can't think of a time not beating this little nerd up wouldn't be justified. Because he's a harlot. He likes to run around with different partners. What a slut. Yeah, why would you do that? Now you're like a target. Didn't he already know this? Like Shinji and Shiro had that whole conversation. Did he not already know this? Yeah, that's pretty bad. Shinji was already smitten with Tosaka, so what she just told him is just adding fuel to the fire. He loves getting beaten up by and women being mean to him, actually. Well, but still, now it all makes sense. I figured out why Shinji's been hostile only towards Tosaka, and why he's being so persistent about asking her to team up with him. Meaning he... Who can say? Actually, it's because Rin is special to Shinji. I think he just likes you. He's a freak. That's why he's so persistent with Tosaka. I think Rin's been a target for Shinji's affection since long before the Holy Grail War started. I don't understand why people reacted to Shinji the way he does, like they do. Where it's like he's fucking sucks, he's an asshole all the time, he has no likable traits, and people still talk about him like he's normal? I don't get it. It must have been a real surprise. Tosaka looks completely bewildered. Like, why does anybody want to even, like, entertain the idea of being nice to him? For a moment, her expression as she realizes what she'd obviously forgotten is almost comical. I sympathize with Shinji just now. Is it? Do you get it? Because, like, if he asked you and you shot him down, then, like, that should be the end of it. I mean, I know he's an asshole who probably wouldn't take no, who wouldn't take rejection very well.
ああ、断ったんじゃない？私、勝負事は先出しじゃないと気が済まないの。
She's kind of
やるなら
awesome,
自分から
Karen.
っていうか、相手から勝負を仕掛けられても乗れないっていうか。
Osaka thinks really hard, but she's acting as if she doesn't really remember. I'm astonished. She might be entirely driven by her emotions.
お前じゃんけん弱いだろ。
嘘？なんであんたが
She's
そんなこと
really
知って
bad
る
at
のよ？
mind games. I knew it. If she likes to make the first move, she's probably not great when she has to react to someone else. Good old Rock. Nothing beats Rock.
それには醤油を使ってくれ、セイバー。間違ってもマヨネーズなんてかけてくれるな。
そうでしたか。いえ、タイガがそちらをかけて
Do
いるの
not,
で
you do not put the
私も
mayonnaise
そう
on
する
it.
べきなのかと。
Taiga's just a freak.
藤姉は単に遊んでるだけだ。あんまり参考にならないから以後気をつけるように。
そうでしたか。以前はさくらを参考にしていたので、シローに注意されることはなかった
Uh-oh.
のです。
Now you're in trouble, mister.
いや、別に怒ってるわけじゃない。せっかく作ったんだから美味しく食べてほしいだけだ。で、さっきの話に戻るんだけど。
シロー、おかわり。お味噌汁は具だくさんね。
はいよ。セイバーは今日は昨日よりハードだったからお腹減ってるんじゃないか。
私は特に。ですが念のため、もう一杯いただいて。
I'm not hungry, but I will eat another soup.
ああ、そうしろそうしろ。夜中に腹が減って眠れず、挙句に冷蔵庫を漁るなんて暴挙に出る。なんて真似をセイバーまでし
Saber
だしたら
going at 3 a.m.
ショ
for
ック
the
して
bag
仕方ね
of
え
cheese.
あ、ひどい。あれは私じゃないよ。見知らぬ泥棒さんが冷蔵庫
Oh,
を
I'm
荒らして
sorry,
い
it
た
was
だけない
Taiga doing that, of course.
じ
Of
ゃあ
course.
その泥棒に
She
言っと
would
け。
be the 3 a.m.
だったり
cheese
するんじゃ
eater.
なくて野菜も取れってな。それと狙いすましたように冷蔵庫のデザートを平らげるなと。まったく飢えた獣じゃあるまいし。
Oh no, she's angry.
私を虎と呼ぶな。
He didn't.
呼んでねえって。熱した大根を投げるなと言うんだ、このバカ者。
シロ、台所の方で鍋が沸騰しているようですが。
藤
Oh
田、
no.
ちょっと火を止めてくれ。
Jackie Chan, thank you for the raid. I'm reading Fate Stay Night for the first time. We are in one of many of dinner scene. You gave me 3 potatoes while covered in blood. Are the potatoes covered in blood or is it just you?
よろしい。鶏肉とゆで卵の醤油煮を早く持ってくるのだ。
了解。じゃあ藤姉の相手よろしくな、セイバー。
はい。どうぞ慌てずに調理をしてください、シロ。
I see. Well, I will eat the potatoes then. Thank you for your patronage. I get up. I get up! Oh, that reminds me. Why has Tosaka been so quiet this whole time?
どうさか今日の飯
出る
まずいか。
別に何でもないから話しかけないで。
I really don't know why she's so torn up about this thing with Shinji, a guy that everybody hates. She turns her head away grimly. She's not the type to dwell on things like Shinji for long, so there must be something else bothering her. Fujine goes home satisfied after dinner. Saber and Tosaka are in the living room. I do remember that, Jackie Chan. I have heard of this. At first, that had been awkward, but after training with Saber for the last 2 days, it doesn't feel that way anymore.
Saber, もう眠っていい
There's the The
あとはこっちで
Tsukihime
やっとく
music
か
on the TV.
いいえ、シローが眠るまでは私も起きています。シローの魔術がどれほどの腕なのか、リンから聞きたいところでもありますから。
そうか。なら今日は早めに遠坂の部屋に行こう。構わないよな、
Bum
遠坂。
bum.
ええ、構わないけど。随分とセイバーと仲良くなったのね、あなた。
Huh? For some reason, Tosaka says this with the same miffed tone she had when we were eating dinner.
部屋で待ってるから後片付けが終わったら来て。それと明日からは私も学校を休むから、午後は私のところに来なさいよね。
Okay, goodbye.
シロー、リンに何かしたのですか？彼女は怒っている
I
よう
love
に見え
how
ました
she
が。
assumes it was Shiro who did it.
セイバーにもそう見えたか。わからないな。俺、あいつを怒らせるようなことはしてないけど。
Saber and I face each other and tilt our heads. We have no idea why Tosaka's so angry. We just don't know.
それじゃあ出始めにこのランプを強化してみて。周りのガラスの強度だけ上げればいいから。
The glass. Tosaka hands me an old-looking lamp. I sit on the floor. I cup the lamp with my hands and take a deep breath. Tosaka says it like it's so easy, but I'm all tense from nervousness. I've been trying this every night, but with a success rate below 0.1%. Tosaka says she wants to see what I can do to measure my skill, but there's nothing to measure if my strengthening doesn't work in the first place. I try to shake off any distractions. Right now, I need to focus on the lamp. I'm going lamp mode. Hang on, I have to turn on my piping hot steel rods. The blueprint of the lamp pops into my head. The material of the glass, its composition, the flow of its power. I can see it as if it were a network of blood vessels. Then all I have to do is to infuse my magical energy into those vessels. I just have to do what I always do. The sensation of a burning metal rod sliding down my spine. See, there it is. There's the rods. All I have to do is let that burning nerve into myself, however much it shouldn't exist in a human body, and let it fuse with me. As long as that works, all I have to do is to pour the right amount of magical energy into the glass. It's over. You failed. Again. It shatters. I couldn't control myself, and I ended up using more magical energy than I should have, and the glass shattered. I looked timidly at Tosaka.
やっぱりそうじゃないかって思ってたんだけど。
You are just the worst, Shiro. You can't do anything.
そうじゃないかって何がだよ、遠坂。
そんなの決まってるでしょ。あんたの才能のなさに呆れたのよ。そもそも基本がなってない。まったくよくもそんなデタラメな方法で魔力を生成できるもんだって感心するわよ。
遠坂、その
She doesn't seem happy. Hello, Lubes.
当たり前じゃない。こんな基本的な問題を
Don't
抱
worry
えたまま
about it.
鍛錬してきたあんたにも呆れてるし、間違いを
Hello,
犯さなかった
Romeo.
あんたの死
I
に
mean,
は
dead
殺意
man.
さえ覚えるわ。なんだってあんたはこんな遠回りなことになってるのよ。
言ってることはわからないが、親父の悪口は
This is why we need a caster now. I don't want to picture Shiro that's actually good at magic.
親父は関係ないだろう。
関係あるわよ。仮にも弟子にしたんなら教え子の道を正すのが師匠じゃない。そりゃもういない人に当たっても仕方がないけど、それにしたってあんたの師匠は初めの手順を
I think it's really funny for her to say, actually, your dad fucking sucked at teaching you magic. That's why you're bad at it. Yeah, exactly, Lubes. Tosaka, clearly still angry, takes something that looks like a can out of her bag. It looks like a can filled with colorful hard candy, the sort of thing children overseas might like. I've seen similar containers in Japan, too. They hold a variety of differently flavored candies. The white ones are mint. Oh, she has lifesavers.
手出して。
Can I have one of the red ones, Rin, please? Those are my favorite. I do as she asks. Tosaka shakes out the can and a red... Yes! Yes! My favorite! She likes me.
はい、それ飲んで。
Swallow it. Again, I do as she asks. Actually, it has no flavor at all. Yeah, we taught Shiro wrong as a joke. And the texture is more like rock than candy. I forced myself to swallow it. Magic rock. I put a magic rock in your throat. Just came loads of magic down your throat. She says it so casually, but it's totally outrageous. Well, you're like a dragon. You eat the jewels. Store them in your belly. Can you stop using the phrase correct you? That has different connotations in different groups, you know. We have to correct Shiro. Shiro correction. Yeah, I hope that jewel doesn't like make that way through his body. Does it like dissolve in there, the magic jewel? Okay, see? He'll be fine. It's gonna dissolve in there. He's not gonna have to worry about getting it out. Just as I say that, it starts to get weird. It was drugs, Shiro! You're on LSD! My body is burning. My limbs are starting to go numb. Heat builds up in my back in a flare of what I can only describe as pain. I furrow my brow and try to concentrate, or I know I'll fall over. I know this feeling. This is the feeling of failure. This is my body reacting when it fails to construct a magic circuit inside me. You're gonna be real hot and sweaty and uncomfortable for 3 weeks. I really want to respond, but I can't stay composed enough to do it. All I can do is muster the strength to stay balanced so I don't topple over. Yeah, 3 weeks of favor is pretty rough. I don't know if it's like fever heat or just like uncomfortable warmth. The same, but not the same. I love boiling my water. Okay.
あなたは素人だけど魔術回路は確かにある。つまり適性はあるのよ。だから一度でも魔術回路を体内に作ってしまえば、あとは切り替えるだけでいい。スイッチを押して自分の中でオンとオフを切り替えるだけで魔力はなるわ。
Sorry, I'm responding to a message that popped up. I love flipping my switch, my magic switch. I'm paying attention. I calm my breathing. Just as Tosaka said, so long as I maintain my composure, things don't get worse. That does sound stupid. That does sound really stupid and pointless. You've wasted like a decade of your life, Shiro.
なんて豆をして
That's crazy.
いえ、もしかしたらあなたの父親も同じ勘違いを
Yeah,
してい
you
たの
mean
か
I
もしれない
don't
けど
have to blow up my spine every single night? I exhale. Sensation is starting to return to my limbs.
ずっと間違って鍛錬してきたあなたのスイッチは閉じている。こうなっちゃうと力技でこじ開けてシロの体にスイッチがあるって分か
Your
らせな
dad
くちゃい
really
けない
did
でしょ
train you wrong on purpose as a joke. Why did he do that?
今の宝石はね、そのスイッチを強制的にオンにするものよ。だからシロはずっとそのまま。元の状態に戻りたかったらシロ自身の力でオフにするしかない。
Why did he do that?
それができたのなら、あとは宝石の助けなんていらないわ。以後は比較的簡単な精神の作用で、あなたは魔術回路を操れるようになる。
それは分かったけど。
Can't we do something about this burning sensation? She keeps telling me to turn off this switch, but how the hell am I supposed to do that?
もう喋れるの？ほう、自身のコントロールはうまいんだ。なら、思ったより早く
You
元
just
に
gotta,
戻れ
you
るか
know,
もね。
flip the switch.
スイッチそのものは今の状態を落ち着けよう、早く楽になろうって体の方で勝手にオフにしてくれるから。あとはそのスピードを自分の意思で速くするだけ。ね、簡単でしょ？
I don't know. I don't know if that's easy or hard.
全然わからない。スイッチだなんて言われても実感湧かないぞ俺。
今はそうだけど、そのうち明確にイメージできるようになるわ。頭の中にポンってボタンが浮かぶようになる。
Just press the button.
あとはそれを切り替えるだけで、とりあえず魔術回路は簡単に開けるようになるわよ。
だといいけどな。今はともかく気持ち悪い。
でしょうね。シロ、今まで強化の魔術を使ったらすぐに魔術回路を閉じてたでしょ。今はその逆でずっと魔術回路が開いている状態だもの。いつでも全力疾走しているようなものだから苦しいのは当たり前よ。けど
You've been overclocking your CPU this whole time, Shiro.
マスターとして戦うって言うんなら、スイッチの
You gotta turn that off at some point. It's not good for your system.
分かってる。
You're gonna fry your
身
mobo.
内だったけど、遠坂には感謝してる。確かにスイッチなんてものが実感できるようになるなら、それはプラスだからな。
分かってるじゃない。けど感謝される言われなんてないわよ。
It's not like I'm doing this because I like you or anything.
手助けしてるだけなんだから。
Kusaka huffs and looks away. Maybe it's because my body's all warm, but dazed as I am, I find myself thinking that Kusaka might just be a good person.
何よ、人の顔ジロジロ見て。
Maybe you're not all.
いや、遠坂は素直じゃないなって思っただけだ。
そう、そんな軽口を叩けるなんて余裕あるじゃない、エミヤ君。そんなに元気なら続けて教えても大丈夫よね。
Kusaka grins wickedly and draws closer. Hold on a minute. I still can't move a muscle, so what is she... Hey!
それじゃあもう一度強化をしてみて。
Do it now, Madge
今
slave.
のあなたじゃ魔力のコントロールもできないだろうけど、その状態に慣れてもらわないと戦力にならないわ。大丈夫。ランプは山ほど持ってきたし、
I have so many
何時間
fucking
失敗す
lamps.
るかわからないけど、強化が成功するまで。
Why did it have to be lamps specifically? She smiles, and even though I can hardly move, she hands me a lamp. Osaka, this is brutal. It's like forcing someone to walk a tightrope while they have a 40-degree fever. Where did she get them all?
参ったわ。まさかこっちが先に値を上げることになるなんてね。
Kosaka glares at me. Her penetrating stare is accusing.
いや、面目ない。
私の見通しが甘かった。 まさか30個全部壊されるなんて。
All 30 of my lamps. All my lamps gone.
悪いけど、今日の鍛錬はこれでおしまいよ。シロの強化を測れる道具。
I'm starting to think Shiro's real bad at this magecraft stuff. Come on, at least I tried. I tried hard, even though my body was burning up like I'd been thrown into a boiling kettle. I tried, but in the end I didn't manage to succeed in my magecraft a single time.
あのさ、ガラスが割れただけならトサが直せるだろ。以前うちの窓ガラスを直
Just
してくれたじゃ
imagining
ない
the
か。
floor is covered with light bulbs.
無理。あれは普
Broken
通に
light
発送した
bulbs.
ものでしょ。こっちはシロの魔力に耐えきれなくなって割れたものだもの。他人の魔力を帯びたものに干渉するのは難しいって覚えておいて。
そうですか。
そうよ。いいからシロは休んでいいわ。今日はスイッチを呼び起こしただけでよしとしましょう。
I guess. Yeah, that's better than nothing.
この続きを教えるから。
休んでいいのはありがたいけど、この続きって何を教えてくれるんだ。
シロ強化しかできないんでしょ。前にそれしか使えないって言ってたけど、それならもう少し上級の
That
変化
sounds
ぐらいまで
cool.
持っていけるかも
That's a
ね。
capital A in that alteration.
強化と変化、それに投影の魔術について教わったことはない？
I have a little. Strengthening is, as the word suggests, used to strengthen something. Most people typically think of strengthening as just making something harder, but it actually involves enhancing an object's attributes and effects. A sword gets sharper, a lamp grows brighter, and so on. Alteration doesn't need much explanation. For example, you can't start a fire using blades. Alteration is when some ability beyond the object's usual trait is imbued into it. And then projection is...
投影ってなんだっけ、トサか。よく親父が言ってた覚えはあるんだけど。
He really doesn't know anything.
強化と変化は知ってるんでしょ。なら投影もおのずと想像はつくと思うけど、まあ要するに物を複製するって魔術よ。
That's actually not what I imagined when I heard projection.
強化や変化みたいに元からあるものに手を加える魔術じゃないわ。
But I guess it makes sense, like it's projecting a new
基本
image
的
of
には
itself.
無から1から10を全て自分の魔力で構成するものだから、
That does sound
難
hard.
易度的には最高ね。けど魔力ってのは使い捨てでしょ。投影で作り上げたものはすぐに消えてしまうのよ。10の魔力を使って作り上げた投影の剣と1の魔力で強化させた剣とでは強化の剣の方が
I
強くな
see.
る。強化は手を加えるだけでいいから効率がいいってわけ。
Yeah, it's like becoming a 3D printer.
その点投影は魔力を使いすぎるからメジャーに使われる魔術じゃないわ。
あ、思い出した。そういえば親父もそんなこと言ってたな。割が合わないからやめろ。
Your dad seems to have said that a lot. About a lot of things.
そういうこと。さあ、質問が済んだのなら終わりにしましょう。足元もおぼつかないようだし、部屋の前までぐらいは送っていってあげるから。
I'm sorry, I'm so full of yawns today. Tosaka helps me to my room, and Saber is waiting for me by the veranda corridor.
お疲れ様でした、二人とも。
I don't even have the strength to answer. I just nod in thanks and head into my room.
シローはどうですか、リン。ダメ、すっごくダ
He
メ。
sucks so bad.
あいつ才能ないわ。
Shiro sucks so bad. It's a typically merciless Tosaka response. And the next thing I know, I'm staring up at the night sky. Tonight, I'm not trying to run away because I'm anxious around Saber. I'm just trying to let the night wind cool my burning body, and to think about what Tosaka taught me.
しかし、スイッチとやらが本当に使いこなせるようになったら、
Guess I'll go into my shed and blow up my spine to
一番
practice.
簡単な強化をあんなに失敗するようじゃ、先が思いやられるな。
I try to infuse magical energy into a wooden plank I dragged out from the shed as I mumble to myself. A cracking sound echoes up to me. The plank cracks and my strengthening fails.
中の構造まで見えてるのに、どうしてこう魔力の制御ができないんだろう。
Tosaka said I was putting too much power into it. She even said that I should just use small amounts of magical energy and just focus on reinforcing the object's weak points. So she's basically telling me to take it easy.
そんなこと言われなくても分かってることだ。
Problem is, I can't manage to ease up. If only there was a good way to relax. The sound of barely audible footsteps just reaches my ears. This is the second time I've sensed that presence.
なんだよ。お前に
Oh, hello,
ないぞ。
Archer. I love how Shiro took one look at Archer and was like, I hate this guy.
それは私も同じだ。だが、リンが気に病んでいるようなのでな。
Archer's not even that mean, all things considered. I throw the plank away, glaring at Archer. Archer seems curious about the plank. He picks it up.
強化の魔術か。にしても、ひどい出来だ。
You really suck at this, huh?
どうせ半人前だよ。お前のマスターの手を煩わせて悪かったなってんだよ。
いや、そうではない。これに関しては、リンも間違えている。
それはどういう。
元からあるものに手を加える。それは高望みしすぎる。そんなことができるほど、お前は器用ではあるまい。
He's just saying whatever he wants, but I can't think of a response. He's right. I know I'm not skilled. It's my own fault I can't do magecraft properly. There's no point in taking it out on him.
どうした？
There's front-facing Archer again.
うるさい。お前の言う通りだから黙っただけだ。俺が未熟なのが一方的に悪いんだからな。
I huff and look away. I don't know how he interpreted that, but
お前はある意味、死に恵まれている。
he also thinks his dad sucked. Archer almost sounds impressed for a moment.
そんなことないぞ。親父も遠坂も教え方はうまいんだから。覚えが悪いのは俺の方だろ。
だからだ。お前相手にはな。
I'm not sure what that means. I'm not sure how to interpret this statement.
天才には凡人の悩みはわからない。リンは優等生すぎるから、落ちこぼれであるお前の間違いに気がつかないのだ。
I don't really get what Archer's trying to say. I don't get it, but if I had to
よ
guess...
くわかんないけど、つまりお前
Are you just insulting
俺に
me?
喧嘩売ってるのか。
Are you just being mean? If so, bring it on.
それも間違いだ。エミやシロは格闘には向かない。
You just kind of suck at everything.
お前の戦いは精神の戦い。己との戦いであるべき。
It's very zen of you, Archer.
魔術師の戦いは精神戦だって言うんだろう。そんなの分かってる。それでも戦うなら殴り合うしかないじゃないか。
まったく。これではセイバーも苦労しよう。
Archer despises me from the bottom of his heart. I've never seen his eyes like this. They seem filled with real disappointment and anger.
一度しか言わんからよく聞け。いいか。戦いになれば。
I've been waiting for the battle to start for like 20 hours, brother.
お前のスキルでは何をやってもサーバントには通じない。
Saber already told me that. I won't win in battle. No matter what grand scheme I try, I have no chance of victory.
ならば、せめてイメージしろ。現実で叶わない相手なら。
I don't understand how that'll help. That just sounds like a coping mechanism.
自身が勝てないのなら、勝てるものを幻想しろ。所詮、お前にできることなど。
I don't know why, but Archer's words strike a chord within me. My heart's telling me not to forget them. More than anyone else, I know I should never forget what this man's saying.
どうかしているな。殺すべき相手に助言をするなど。どうやら私にもリンの甘さが映ったようだ。
All of a sudden, Archer disappears. Archer's supposed to be keeping watch. He must have gone back to the roof, where he can do that best. Alright, goodbye. Goodbye, Dante from the Devil May Cry series. I complain to the empty air. Naturally, there's no response. While Archer's words echo in my mind, the cold air blows over my flushed body. And this has been your Archer moment of the day. Maybe he'll actually do something at some point. It is February 8th. Neo. The power of Neo. Oh, it's time for one of these. I'm dreaming again. He loves this dream. He loves this one. It must be because my blood is feverish and my entire body is throbbing. Something I'd rather not have to remember plays out in my dream. This is my oldest memory. It's also a memory I can't escape. It's a scene from 10 years ago, and one I usually try not to think back on. I can't ever erase it from my memory, though. It's not that I forgot. It's not even that I want to forget. It's just that it's already happened. So it's not especially painful. And I don't really feel all that angry about it either. The past is the past. I can't return to it. I can't redo it. All that happened is that I escaped and lived on. We gotta kill the past, some might say. Looking forward is all I can do. Nobody told me to do that. But I've thought about that, even if it's just vaguely, since I was a kid. I can't forget or deny the past. The only way to keep the memory of what we lost alive is to acknowledge it. Oh, you fell asleep in the shed again. I wake up to find my body is still burning up. I must have wound up falling asleep out in the cool air last night. Inside this dimly lit shed with me and Saber.
目が覚めましたか、シロ。部屋を抜け出すのは構いませんが、ここで眠るのはだらしがないのではありませんか。
She always knows where you are.
おはよう。いや、ゆうべは体が熱くて、外に出ていたらつい眠くなっちまったんだ。
And also Archer was mean to me again.
説明はいいですから、次からは気をつけてください。マスターにこのような場所で休息を取られては、私の立場がありませんから。
すまん。今後はできるだけ部屋で休む。
分かっていただければ助かります。ところでシロ、先ほどからタイガが呼んでいるのですが。
She's hungry.
藤姉が呼んでるってなんでさ。
朝食の問題ではないでしょうか。朝食の時間はとうに過ぎていますから。
え？うわ！もう7時過ぎてるのか。やばい。寝過ごした。
Yeah, that's why you should sleep in your room where you have a fucking alarm clock.
そうですね。シローが最後に起きるのは珍しい。よほど昨夜のリンとの鍛錬が答えたのでしょう。
Saber provides a calm analysis of the situation. But I don't have time for idle chit-chat.
起こしに来てくれて悪いが、先に戻っていてくれ。俺もすぐに着替えて台所に行くから。
はい。それでは、できる限りタイガー
She
を
is
なだめ
so
ているとしましょう。
hungry. Saber turns and heads back to the house. Calm Fujine. Saber sure has adapted well to our morning routine. I dash to the kitchen. I ignore Fujine's jeers and prepare breakfast as quickly as I can.
お待たせ。学校の門限まで時間がないからな。手早く食べちゃってくれ。
I plop breakfast onto the table. Suddenly, she is not satisfied. She's not happy. Fujine explodes, practically spitting fire. What's your problem with toast?
仕方ないだろう。寝坊したんだから。他のものを作ってる余裕なんてないし、だいたいパン食なんてこんなもんじゃないか。
I like a good toast.
サラダと卵焼きがないだけなんだから、そう大差ないぞ。
Just run out of the house with it in your mouth. That'll make the meal complete. Fujine tries to appeal to Saber and Tosaka, who both eat in silence. This isn't going to go in her favor. Neither of them is as gluttonous as Fujine. She's barking up the wrong tree.
そうね。藤村先生じゃないけど、こんな手抜きは容認できないかな。パン食を舐めてるとしか思えないわ。
Unfortunately, Shiro, you are completely incorrect. Hey, wait a minute. I thought she didn't eat breakfast to begin with. And Saber is so sad. Now why is she sighing all disappointed? That's way out of character.
ほら、みんなシロが悪いって。多数決で決定したから反省した後、ちゃんとした朝ごはんを提供すること。
Saber is so sad with just toast.
そんな
She's so hungry all the time.
そもそもな、今からおかずなんて作ってたら遅刻するぞ、藤根。もう7時半なんだから、パンかじりながら走っていかないと間に合わない。
See, they're even talking about doing the running out of the house with a piece of toast in your mouth thing.
いいよ。私、遅刻か空腹かの選択なら朝ごはんを尊重するから。
She's serious about this.
するな。そんな教師がどこにいる。いいからさっさと食べて学校に行けっての。言っとくけど、俺は意地でもこれ以上の飯は用意しないからな。
もう、シロったら変なところで真面目なんだから。
Damn, get his
そんな
ass.
こと言ってると、すぐおじいさんになっちゃうんだからね。
Get his ass.
言われるまでもない。藤根のおかげで、俺はすっかりじいさん趣味だよ。
I huff and take a bite out of toast. Okay, she might be right. There is something kind of sad about there being so many people here and then only having toast for breakfast. Get back in the kitchen, Shiro. It's where you belong. The sounds of clashing shinai echo through the dojo. Each bout goes essentially the same as they have the days before. Saber casually sweeps my desperate strikes aside and counterattacks far, far more effectively. I barely manage to block and continually strike back, only for Saber to riposte, and I lose every time. I stop, breathing heavily, shoulders heaving. Wiping sweat from my brow, I work to get my breathing under control.
何を休んでいるのですか？昨日までのシロなら、そこで諦めるようなことはなかったはずです。
Yeah, step the fuck up, Shiro.
ちょっと待って。これ以上は息が続かない。少し休憩。
何をらしくないことを。シロが来ないというのでしたら、私から攻め込むだけですが。
She's serious. This is her serious face. Saber stares down at her poor student. My body just won't listen, no matter how she looks at me.
一体どうしたのです、シロ。今朝のあなたは。
I think it's that shit Rin did. I think it's because she made him eat a rock.
まっすぐに打ち込んでくる太刀だけは目を見張るものがあったというのに、今朝のシロには力強さを感じません。
それは自分でも分かってるんだけどな。どうもうまくいかない。
My situation has drastically changed since yesterday.
体の熱がまだ取れないのですか？ですが、そんな理由で体のキレが落ちるようでは話になりません。
Simply get good.
そうするんだったら、まずあれをなんとかしてくれ。
I point toward our audience standing by the wall.
何？私に構わなくていいから、
They're just
訓練を
watching.
続けていいわよ。
Tosaka doesn't get it. I can't concentrate on fighting Saber with her staring at me like that.
リンが気になるのですか？それこそ修行不足ですね。
Don't look at her. Look at me.
いいでしょう。それでしたら、見学者のことなど気にならないようにして差し上げます。
待てセイバー、こっちはまだ息が。
問題はありません。そのようなものは戦いの最中に整えるものです。
Saber suddenly vanishes. Bonk. The moment I realize I'm in danger and raise my shinai to guard my face, Saber strikes me right on the head. It was a rough morning. After getting knocked out, I stopped worrying about Tosaka watching. My focus went entirely to blocking Saber's attacks, and the next thing I knew, it was lunchtime.
けどあれよね。セイバーって本
You sure love complimenting other women, Rin. I'm not sure if it's because she enjoyed seeing me getting knocked around, but Tosaka is in a good mood. I think she liked watching Saber knock her. The two are resting in the living room. As for me, I'm preparing lunch by myself as punishment for my lax approach to training this morning. Unbelievable. I want to just make something easy like cold somen noodles. Noodles.
無機質ですか。そうですね。そう意識したことはありませんが、剣を握っているときは感情を止めているのかもしれません。それ、
Oh, sorry, I could have...
何？それって女の身で剣を持つための心構えってやつ？体格で劣っているから。
Rin, I don't think you should be saying stuff like that.
それは違います、リン。冷静であるのは戦う時の心構えですが、それは男の
That's the internalized misogyny speaking.
リンとて戦闘時には情を捨てるはずです。あなたはそれができる人ですから。言ってくれるじゃない。まあ、そりゃ事実だけどさ。けど、セイバーのは私とは違うわよ、絶対。私は捨ててるのは甘さだけだもの。あなたほど達観はできないわ。そのようですね。だからあなたは華やかなのでしょう。
Just girl talk?
戦いの中でも女性のしなやかさを保っていられる。
Girls are always saying these sorts of things to each other.
何よ、嫌味？華やかさで言ったらあなたにはかなわないわ。シロがあっちにいるから白状するけどね。私、
Girls love talking about how beautiful they are and swooning over each other when one of them points a sword at another. I can hear you, Tosaka.
それはリンの思い違いでしょう。好みが華やかに見えたのなら、それは私ではなく、セイバーというクラスが華やかなだけではないでしょうか。そんなんじゃないってば。純粋にね、同じ女として負けたって思ったんだもの。そうでもなければ、あそこまでショックは受けなかったわよ。ですから、それが間違いです。私は一度も自身を女性だと思ったことはないし、
Fascinating.
一度も女性として
Interesting thing to say.
その私が華やかであるはずがない。
Saber's words bring the conversation to an end. As I listen in, kitchen knife in hand, I find myself getting irritated by what Saber's saying. Of course you would. You would. Of course you would. I chop the chicken a bit harder than I need to. For some reason, I'm annoyed. How dare a woman think about herself as anything other than a woman? I slam my knife down onto the cutting board as if it were a hammer. It doesn't help me feel any better. He's so weird. You need to eat more rocks, Shiro. I have no idea how she carried them here, but Tosaka reveals about 40 lamps. Where do you keep getting all these lamps? Where does she get them all? Tosaka leaves her room. Alright. It's only been a night, but I hope I can succeed at least a couple of times. Your ass is breaking every single lamp again. Oh, okay. I underestimated. I'm sorry. I took an hour to work on strengthening about 20 lamps. Half of them shattered, and nothing at all happened to the other half. Of those that didn't change, maybe 5 looked like they'd been infused with magical energy. Now for the remaining 20. You better do what Rin said. She's gonna be mad at you if you don't go all the way. All the lamps look to be antiques. I'd feel bad about breaking more of them. Yeah. You're gonna get in trouble. I'm gonna get in trouble no matter which I choose. We'll call Tosaka, I guess. I should call Tosaka back. I shouldn't break any more lamps. Actually, I really shouldn't be talking big after breaking over 40 lamps. Where's she gone? I call out to her, but there's no answer. That's weird. Did she step out of the house? Where else might Tosaka go? Sounds like Tosaka and Saber are talking inside. The instant I lift a hand to call out to her, a chill runs up my spine. Uh-oh, something scary's happening. I think it's because I can feel Tosaka's magical energy seeping from the shed. It pulses with enmity. I immediately stop calling for her. Even from here, I can tell Tosaka is agitated. But I can hear the two of them talking. Before I know it, I'm eavesdropping. Tosaka sounds both angry and nervous. Saber stands silently behind her. This seems interesting. Dish the goss, please. I want to find out more about why Shiro is a fucking freak of nature. Oh, hey, equivalent exchange. I've heard that one before. I know that one. How? Is that good? I have no idea what Tosaka is saying, but I definitely shouldn't be listening in on the two of them. I walk away from the shed. I'll be lying to Tosaka, but I should go back to her room and pretend I was waiting for her to come back. Well, we've learned something interesting, I guess. It's 2 o'clock. There's no sign of Tosaka returning, so I just focus on finishing my assignment. The ringing just reaches my ears from elsewhere in the house. Better go answer, phone boy. I doubt it's an important phone call, but I shouldn't ignore it. I stand up and head to the living room to answer the phone. There's nobody in the living room. Saber and Tosaka must be in the courtyard. Oh, great. This fucking guy. Ugh. All of a sudden, Shinji's voice sounds from the other end of the line, heavy with barely restrained laughter. I've had enough of this loser. It better be fucking good. Shinji sounds kind of odd. He seems weirdly excited. I can hear other students in the background, so he must still be at school. It's a little past 2. 5th period should be over, so I think it's break time right now. Yeah, a little sus. Right now? I really don't think you should fall for this shit. A second time, Shiro. But he is so stupid. I don't know how to respond to that. Shinji's acting weird and we're already talking. I don't see any reason to go all the way to school. And if I take off without telling Tosaka, it'd feel like a betrayal.
Yeah. 悪いが学校には行けない。用があるなら来週まで待てよ。休み明けには登校するから。はあ。何勝手なこと言ってんだよ、お前。
Well, me. You can't just tell me where to go.
それじゃ遅いんだよ。我慢できないって言ったじゃないか、今。
Shinji's yelling now. He must be really excited because I can hear his heavy breathing over the phone. Yeah, I'm glad you understand that. His tone shifts entirely, and he even starts laughing. He is acting real weird. I haven't done any murders yet. Shinji seems to be enjoying himself. I've known him for about 5 years now, but I've never seen him so wound up. Are you normal? No. I don't understand why you think we're friends, Shinji. Our conversation ends there. All I hear is the buzzing electronic tone from the receiver. But what should I do? Tosaka should be in the house, but I don't see her anywhere. And if I go to school, I can't bring Saber. But then, if I don't do what Shinji asks, I'm worried what he might do. He's probably agitated because of that merciless rejection Tosaka gave him yesterday. If I ignore him, he might get violent with Sakura again. Oh, brother, I don't even get a choice. I should hurry now that I've made a decision. If I hurry, I should be able to make it by 6th period. There's nobody at the school gate. From the outside, it looks like the school is deserted, since class is in session. Maybe there's no physical education class either, since there's nobody in the courtyard either. That's a bit of an awkward sentence, using either twice like that, but whatever. Well, that's going to change in a few minutes. When 6th period's over, school's out. The campus and exits will be overflowing with people on their way out. I head up to the 3rd floor. There's nobody in the hallway either. Everyone must be in their classrooms, so I feel a little awkward walking into Class C. Class C is down the hall. Right now I'm in front of Class H, which is closest to the stairs, so there are 5 classrooms between me and my destination. Uh-oh. A wave of dizziness slams into me. Something spooky is happening. My entire body is also overcome with nausea. Whoa! My stomach churns. My senses are going completely haywire. Red floods my vision, as if blood were seeping into my eyes. Remember that time your heart exploded, Shiro? The temperature around me hasn't changed, but my body is suddenly unbearably hot. I stumble. Strength leaves my body. Are we getting melted? Is the sealed barrier thingy activating? I feel like I'm withering and I can't do anything to stop it. In the same way you can't stop sand from falling in an hourglass. I'm suffocating. My throat burns. Was all the air sucked from this hallway, from the entire school? I sway and by accident stagger toward a window. Desperate for air, I jerk it open. Oh, yep. Yeah, that's what's happening. I freeze. This is so unbelievable, I can't even find the wherewithal to get confused. Outside the window, the entire campus is a field of endless red. It looks like the school was carved out of the world and plunged into a sea of red. The school building looks like an altar draped in a red canopy. And then finally, I realize what's happening. I move away from the window. I muster up what sense I have left and force my feet to move, heading to the classroom closest to me. Yeah, that's bad. Inside, not a single student is seated in any of the chairs. They're all lying on the floor. Even the teacher is on the floor behind the podium. They're still breathing. Everyone is convulsing as if pleading for help. Nobody's dead yet. The students don't have the strength to get up. They're just waiting to rot away. Seeing their miserable state on the floor, brings to mind the burning ruins from that day. The nausea intensifies, but I can still get a handle on the situation. I take a look at the students on the floor. It's difficult, but we can breathe. They're not dead. If I hurry and get help, there may be a chance to save them. But the moment I check the face of a student nearby, something clicks inside my head. Yeah, it's not looking good, buddy. It's hard as wax. Not everyone is like this. It varies from person to person, but the most severely weakened student's blood seems to have coagulated around their joints. Oily and glistening. Stiff, motionless arms, fixated, staring eyes, just like wax figures. I know this. I recognize this scene. This is just a hellscape. I know this site well. Yamaro! All that's sustaining me now is anger that has completely eclipsed any fear. My left arm tingles. The command spell on the back of my hand is warning me that an enemy is nearby. I run, though my breathing is heavy and labored. I've long since lost my mind. Hey, Shinji. I knew this was a trap. I knew it, but Shiro's stupid and didn't give me a choice. At the end of the hallway, Shinji Mato is standing in front of Class C. My arm throbs. My command spells are screaming at me, telling me the boy just ahead caused all of this. I figured as much. I can't breathe properly, but I glare at Shinji, who's keeping his distance. He must really like what he's seeing. Because the next thing I know, Shinji throws his arms wide and starts cackling in the blood-red hallway. Where'd that book come from? Give me that book! He's so obsessed for no reason. I mean, I guess that was the case. Shinji laughs like it's the funniest thing ever. That, I guess I've learned never to trust him. You should have known this already, but okay. He truly is. He's not even an ex. He was shot down. Shinji's merry laughter bores into my skull like a drill. I have to point out, I'm plenty surprised. I've just been bracing myself to learn who set up this bandit field. Oh, you mean Shiro's ex? Their relationship is so weird. Because Shiro's like, he's just my buddy guy. He's just my friend. And then Shinji's just over here, like, talking about how he wants billions to die or whatever. I don't understand their relationship at all, honestly. Shinji, or the other master. That was all. But so much for my optimism. I should have settled things with Shinji the moment I learned he was a master. This is all my fault. Yeah, you really are a dummy. Yes. He's lying about everything all the time. I don't know why you don't understand this by now. Sure, buddy. I don't believe that either. That's a few minutes I have to kill you. The nausea is long since gone. That one thing is all I can think to say to Shinji right now. Besides slurs, I guess. You're gonna kill a lot of children today, Shinji. He's chill with it, though. He hates them all. Why is everybody so mean to Tai? She's delightful. See, she's awesome. She has the strength of will. Well, now you're really gonna get it, Buster. You're cruising for a bruising. Yeah, where's the Fujimura route? I'm saying. Fujimura could win the Holy Grail War without a servant. I believe in her. All she needs is her kendo sword. I feel a switch. Uh-oh. Never piss off a nice guy. Tosaka said something about pressing a switch in my head, but it's nothing like that. There's this echoing clang in my head. A firing hammer strikes inside my head, and the inside of my body suddenly switches over. I'm just imagining Shiro just like leaping onto him and beating the shit out of him. Okay. Alright, I'll beat you to death then with my bare hands. Tosaka already beat you a little bit. You're already a little tenderized, and she proved that you can't take a punch. Bare hands. We made this joke earlier. All I have to do, I need to stop him so I can stop the bounded field. Yeah, there he goes. Something surges inside me. Fiery heat blooms through my whole body. There's no more than 20 meters between me and Shinji. It should only take an instant. My body is surging with vitality, so much more than when I activate my magic circuits. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Pumpkin Reaper. I don't think Shinji is gonna be able to take a beating from Shiro, or really just from anybody. A shadow wavers. Oh, but he does have magic, that's true. A dark shape waiting in the corner of the hallway begins to take shape and move. A hard, sharp edge made of darkness itself. It's like a guillotine, ready to cleave anything that approaches Shinji in two. I don't know what kind of magecraft it is. 3 shadows emerge. Oh, he's doing... Watch out! He's throwing out power waves. It's all that... If that's all there is, You know what? This seems to be in character for Shiro. He's the guy who loves throwing himself into attacks. No, I can't stop. Not now. No matter how strong it may be, if it doesn't hit me, it won't matter. That's true. He's not wrong. The 3 blades come at me like a blast of wind. He's throwing out Repukens. This attack is nothing compared to Saber's. I pass through the gaps between the 3 overlapping shadows. I don't feel any danger from the shadows. Yeah, you just jump over the Repukens. He used the heavy one too, so it has more recovery. There's no problem then. Saber taught me that I shouldn't hesitate, as long as I don't sense that the attack will be fatal. I close in on him. See, your problem there, Shiro, is you don't sense any attack is going to be fatal. You love getting cut in half. He has no shadows protecting him. Just a few more steps, maybe 3 more meters, and I can... See, this is what I'm talking about. He's actually a huge bitch. Shinji turns and runs. The moment I reach out to grab his back, I feel a chill run through my entire body, and I quickly jerk my arm back. Yeah, that is a really good sprite. I gotta, what's the button? What's the button? There we go. Oh, wrong one. Something cuts through the air. A black blade slices through the space I'd been occupying just an instant before. I was gonna take a picture of that sprite, but oh well. I can just look it up on, like, you know, a website. That is true, I can do that. I forgot. Oh, it was backspace, not regular space. There we go. There we go. Let me pull out the good old-fashioned snipping tool. This is actually gonna be hard. I'm just gonna print screen it. There we go. Get his ass. I stop. I don't know where she came from, but standing in front of me now. Hello, Ryder. I see the woman in ominous black, so dark even the most venomous shade of crimson seems pale in comparison. Watch out! She brought the industrial music with her. My mind goes blank with fear. I'm going to die. You love saying this one. That's Nasu's favorite phrase. I've noticed this across both this and Tsukihime. Oh fuck, I'm going to die is his favorite thing to write. I don't want to think about it, but the image of my own brutal death fills my head. I sense it. I sense only death. The shadows earlier were nothing like this. Mom, help! Mom, he's gonna beat me up! Ryder's form blurs. I need to... Yeah, I'm gonna fucking die. I should leave. I retreat immediately. This isn't a good time to fight. I need to regroup and make Shinji stop the bounded field. Oh, never mind. I forgot. When I'm roleplay, I gotta get into Shiro's head. I gotta roleplay throwing myself headfirst into danger for literally no reason. I'm not sure what happened, but I retreat desperately. I've lost the game again. Fear makes everything in front of me appear completely white. I've noticed this game has punished me every single time. I've gone like, oh, this is bad, Shiro. You should run. Without thinking, I throw an arm out to cover my neck. Oh, there goes the arm. Something sharp buries itself in my arm. The dull sound of scraping bone, tells me the next attack will end me. It's time for more Shiro Guro. I run. I can't afford to look back. I just cover my vital spots with my hands as best as I can in my frantic retreat. Hi, Bearsona. The sharp edge slowly saws through my body with a horrible, jarring sound. This is how it's going. A spray of my own blood blots out my vision. Meanwhile... Oh shit, she's fucking cool. Ryder is rushing toward me so quickly that I can't even see her. That's a really good CG. Shut up for a second, Shiro. I want to look at the lady. That's a cool thing she's got. The chain whip, I guess. With each cut, I hear sounds I can't even recognize coming from my own mouth. But I continue my desperate retreat, somehow surviving the dozens of fatal blows striking at me. Actually, he seems to be doing okay right now. I thought we would have been in the dojo already. I don't know what I'm doing. Ryder's dagger is buried in my arm. My clothes are tattered and torn and my flesh is brutally shredded. But I'm still able to shield myself with my own body, blocking the attacks aimed at my neck and head. This isn't a conscious thing at all anymore. Pure instinct drives my reactions as I desperately try to survive Ryder's attacks. My breathing is labored. I'm only running away, rushed along by the imminent death looming over me. Eventually, whatever strength I have left will fade, and she'll catch up to me. Then I'm dead. That's what Saber had been trying to tell me. Don't fight against a servant. Fight wouldn't even be the right word for it. She told me again and again, so why the hell am I in this position now? All I want to do is catch Shinji as fast as possible and make him shut off this goddamn bounded field. So what the hell am I doing? All I gotta do is catch that wimp and beat the fuck out of him. Shinji is elated. His voice is triumphant. Ryder nods and swings her dagger up in a wide arc. She's striking at my head. I can't dodge. All I can really do is try to prevent her from hitting anything vital. The dagger stabs into my shoulder, right below the collarbone. I hear a high-pitched metallic sound, then the click of a tongue. What? The end of Ryder's dagger is starting to disintegrate. Owned. Owned by my superior idiot genes that make me throw myself into danger and then somehow recover from it. Ryder stops. In that instant, I frantically try to come up with a way to leverage the situation, this sudden opportunity. Ow. Oh, that makes sense. Something strikes me with all the force of a sledgehammer and I go flying out the window. Well, there he goes. It had only been a kick to the stomach, but I go flying, shattering the window. We're on the 3rd floor. Left alone, I'll die of blood loss anyway, so a fall from this height will be enough to finish me off. I mean, an ordinary human would be dead on the spot from a blow strong enough to send them flying like this anyway. I reach out. Maybe I'm not falling yet, or maybe I'm just hallucinating right before I die, but my body is still suspended in midair. Some delightful magic. I reach out, desperately grasping for something, anything. The sky is crimson. The school is pulsating like a creature's stomach. And am I just going to die? Let something like this happen? Let this happen? Am I going to let myself die without saving so much as a single person? Sometimes you talk over yourself a little bit and turn into a YouTube poop very briefly. I grit my teeth furiously. I can't win. This is not even a battle. I knew that going in, but I still screwed it up. There's no more pain. All I feel is my sheer rage making my insides unravel. I thought I could do it alone. This is what I get for saying I won't let Saber fight. Yeah, you're gonna learn your lesson this time? I was an idiot. I can't save anyone on my own. If I really wanted to end this war, there was one thing I should have done right from the start. He asked me whether I was really not going to fight, not kill, not let anyone kill. If I realized my mistake, I should first decide what to fix, then decide who to punish. And then, I see it. There on my arm, still reaching up as if to touch the heavens. My command spells, waiting for an order. I'll summon Saber. Do it. I murmur those words like a prayer. My life doesn't matter anymore. But to put a stop to this savage brutality... I summon Saber in attack position. I muster up all my strength and call for my blade. One of my command spell strokes disappears. At that very moment, the space around me begins to waver. Summon wife! Oh shit, this is hard. This one goes hard too. This was also definitely somebody's screensaver in 2006. So this is magic. Saber, clad in her silver armor, busts through the ripples in space and time to appear before me. Yeah, the screensaver. Saber! My back slams into the ground. Well, okay, nice catch, Saber. I stop breathing. The force of impact jars every bone and organ in my body. Several ribs crack, or probably break outright. Thanks, Saber. Thanks. Good catch. And yet, my body is intact. My bloody arms are still attached. Saber runs to me. Forcing my numb limbs to move, I push my feet to show her that I'm all right. I thought she was gonna catch him. I need you to kill that lady. We need to beat Shinji and Ryder as quickly as possible. Nothing is more important. Saber is focused only on me. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't happy about that, but there's no time to argue. If Saber doesn't want to listen, I just need to use my second command spell. Okay, don't do that. She must have understood my resolve. Saber reluctantly accepts my decision. Saber, go do a cool fight scene. I can't do those. I'm like a splatter on the ground right now. I'm gonna go beat the shit out of this nerd. Saber does not hesitate. She nods and without another word turns toward the school building like a whirlwind. I run up the stairs. Ryder and Shinji are on the 3rd floor. I can tell Shinji's still on the 3rd floor because of the way my command spells are reacting. The moment I set foot on the 3rd floor, sparks fly. I couldn't see, but Saber must have parried Ryder's attempt at a sneak attack from above. Get her ass. The girls are fighting! She doesn't need to tell me. Saber can't possibly lose to Ryder. She won't. I'm absolutely sure after what little I was able to learn of Ryder's abilities during my brief fight with her. Saber's abilities vastly exceed Ryder's. I run right past Saber. That same instant, Ryder flings a dagger at me with murderous intent, but Saber rushes in to deflect the attack. Can you fling a dagger at somebody with any other sort of intent? I run down the hallway. There he is again. Get him. Chase that fucking punk down. Ahead, I see a bewildered Shinji. fuck him up. I need a weapon. It should be long, like the mop leaning against the locker there. I pass magical energy through my body as I run. Maybe I'm not distracted, or maybe I just can't afford to think of anything else. I manage to strengthen the plastic mop as effortlessly as breathing. The shadows begin forming again. Oh, he's throwing more Repukins. I'm badly injured, but I don't feel the least bit sluggish. More than that, I have a weapon now. Roxas, that's a stick. That means I don't even need to dodge. I use the mop to smack aside each shadow as it flies toward me. The mop breaks, but I expected as much from something done so hastily. Besides, I don't need it anymore. I'm so close. This fucking girly little scream. I lash out with a furious punch. The impact jars my arm, which is still practically cut to ribbons, so painfully that I nearly pass out. I punch Shinji in the stomach, and then grab him and shove him against the wall. Now it's time for Yaoi. Shinji tries to shove my hand away. Without missing a beat, I kick his grasping arm. I can't even control myself right now. I slam the arm I kicked against the wall and break it. That's what we like to hear. I love it when the boys scream. I don't even hear Shinji's screams. This is bad. If I don't focus, it might be me who faints. I should hurry while I can still move. Yeah, it's time for the Riona. This is what I've been waiting for. I grab Shinji's hair and smash him against the wall. This kid's had it coming for a long fucking time. I grab Shinji by the throat with the arm I can still control. Blood pours from my arm. It seeps through my clothes and it drips onto Shinji's body. Why is this more pornographic than the actual porn Nasu usually writes? This is the good stuff. He should be on the Riona wave. I squeeze. It must be all the magical energy coursing through my body. I could snap his neck like a twig. This argument doesn't really work when we're in the magical field that's killing everybody right now. I squeeze harder. There's no hesitation. Maybe a little sympathy. I feel bad that as a fellow mage, Shinji was never taught the rules of being a mage, and so I didn't have any problem killing innocents. I loosen my grip around his throat. It's called the Blood Fort? There's no response from Ryder, but hearing Shinji, Saber takes a step back from Ryder. Blood Fortnite. Ryder lowers her dagger. I see her mouth move. That's just a name I see as a message in a Dark Souls name. I think we should have spent more time beating up Shinji. You could have put more of the word count towards that, Nasu. I'm reducing the points. I wanted more of the Riona. Yes. It's not over yet. I'm sorry, I spoke too soon. Finally, it gets good. Finally, this visual novel is good. Sounds fine to me.
身を守るために結界を張ったっていうのは嘘か。
別にそんなこと言ってないだろう。僕はただマスターになって。
Oh, you thought you'd be so cool and important. You thought he could be a mage. But what's the point of becoming one?
ここまでだ、シンジ。レイジを捨てない。
He didn't even do any of that shit himself. That was all Ryder's power, huh? Yeah, I'll just fucking rip off your arm. Shinji tilts his head in genuine wonderment. This isn't an act. Shinji really doesn't know what I'm talking about. I hear Saber shout. Maybe it's all the training at the dojo, but my body reacts to Saber's words before my brain processes them. Oh, good. She's got him trained a little bit. I let go of Shinji and jump back. At that moment, Ryder's dagger swings through the spot I'd been standing in a heartbeat before.
Ryder!
下がりなさい、マスター。この場から離脱します。
She's the only intelligent woman here.
シロ、下がって。ライダーは結界維持に使っていた魔力を全て解放する。
That sounds bad. Is it just gonna make the school blow up?
魔力を解放する?
I look towards Ryder. She does seem odd. The way she just appeared here when she'd been confronting Saber a second ago, the cold air emanating from her. Everything about her is suddenly far more intimidating than she has ever been. She was literally farming the aura from the children of the school. That's a crazy fucking face you're making back there, Shinji. I'm sure to win because my speed is superior. Ryder raises her dagger. Everyone gasps in surprise. For some reason, Ryder presses her dagger to her neck and... Ouch. This also kind of goes hard as a desk screenshot. As a desk screensaver. Slashes her own throat. This is a good one. That looks cool. Red spray is everywhere. Blood gushes from the black-clad Ryder's pale neck. Shinji is just as surprised as the rest of us. No matter how extraordinary servants may be, a slashed throat is fatal. Ryder will bleed out and disappear on her own. Oh, she's doing something scary. The splattered blood stops in midair and slowly forms into a circle. A magic circle, drawn in blood. It's a pattern I've never seen before. The design resembles a creature, an ominous creature. Looks like a crab. Ryder's created a giant lump of magical energy. The bounded field from earlier seems like child's play compared to this magic circle. I think you should leave, Shiro. This must be a truly massive amount of magical energy. I'm being pushed back as if by a strong wind. This is my first time Pumpkin Reader. I know very little about Fate. Saber grabs me and jerks me back. She faces down Ryder in her magic circle as she protects me. Saber's pretty anti-magic, so maybe this shit'll just bounce off her. Who knows? Oh, watch out, she's foo-fooing. That's the kind of lady she is, I see. She's the kind of lady who goes... Thank you for being considerate, Pumpkin Reaper. I'm gonna scare you. A throbbing sound pulses through the school. With the sound of rending flesh, Ryder's hair whirls around her. Oh. Ah, my eye. Your eye. What? Saber tugs my hand and drags me to the ground. There's a roar and then a flash. I close my eyes against the raging wind. But even with my eyes closed, I still feel its intensity. Something white streaks by. A huge bolt of light shoots down the hallway at tremendous speed. Huh. That's impressive. All I see before me is dreadful destruction. Shinji and Ryder are gone. The bolt of light wasn't after us. It was probably a means of escape. I guess she did win because her speed was superior. My wounds hurt. I feel a hammering in my head again. The heat flowing through my body quickly fades. I don't hear Saber's question. My vision goes blank white. Well, it's time for Shiro to die again. Or at least get nearly dead. I'm having that dream. Maybe this is what death looks like to me. The closer I get to death, the more I keep seeing these images I don't want to see. I see motionless bodies crumbling and disappearing. That moment when everyone desperately sought help but none came. That was painful. It was so terrible it hurt even to live, and I thought maybe just disappearing would put me out of my misery. Dazed, I reached my hand out. But not because I wanted help. I just thought the sky was so far away. That was my final thought, I think. And then I lost consciousness and my outstretched hand fell to the ground. Or rather, it should have. Hey, Dad. A large hand grasps the smaller one as it falls. He rushed into the fire to save somebody and found me. I remember that face. I remember the tears pooling in his eyes, how overjoyed he was to have found a living human being. He looked so happy. It seemed almost like he was the one being saved, not me. And then, he actually looked envious of me, who was on the brink of death. He even looked grateful for something as he rescued the strange child. It was a turning point in my life. The weakness I showed in accepting death became a strength, a desire to live. My mind, which had practically gone blank, was filled with the joy of being saved in that moment. I tried moving my fingers with what strength I had left so as not to let go of the man's hand, and then I finally passed out. The next thing I knew, I was in the hospital, and the man who saved me had come to visit. That was 10 years ago. From then on, all I ever did was follow in Kiritsugu's footsteps. The only thing I could think of was being like him. It's not because he saved me. I couldn't shake off the image of his face back then, and I tried to become the same thing. I've been striving for that ever since. He's a true striver. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I dreamed I wouldn't notice. That's right, that I would one day. I held to the hope, the dream that one day I, too, would be saved if I could smile like Kiritsugu did back then. Shiro, thank God I found you. Who was the killer in Umineko? I'm staring at his voice actor and I say, I can't tell him. I can't tell you that. It's a trick question. When I open my eyes, I'm in the living room. The ticking of the clock is awfully loud. It looks like I've been sleeping on the floor, and when I raise my arms, I notice the bandages wrapped tightly around both of them. I sit up. I sit up! According to the clock, it's 10 at night.
外暗いなじゃないわよこの恩知らず。目が覚めたらまず言うべきことがあるんじゃない？
No, he's stupid.
父さか。なんだ、いたのか。
いたのかじゃないわよ。あんたの真横でずっと看病してやってたのに、ずいぶんな態度じゃない。
I didn't know that. That's ungrateful of me.
すまない。どうも頭が固まってる。
Yeah, on account of being on the brink of death for like the third time in a week.
とにかくありがとう、遠坂。またお前の世話になっちまった。
まあ、別に大したことじゃないからいいけど。
Yeah, that's why I said that. That's why I said that,
意識が
Galaxy.
朦朧としてるのも当然だしさ。で、痛いところはないの？とりあえず外傷は塞がってるけど、中身まではわからないから。異常があるんなら手当てしないとまずいでしょ。
It's really funny because recently I've been watching the early 2000s Tetsuan Atom series, and there was a character in that who also was voiced by him. I'm like, oh fuck, Shiro's dad is here. That guy gets around. He's quite a prolific seiyuu. I feel like I'm floating. I don't know how I ended up here. I don't remember what I did today. Yeah, he's a great actor. He's a great voice actor. I love him whenever he pops up. He's got a very distinct voice. I would describe his voice as coffee-like. I don't think that makes any sense, but that's how it is. Thank you. Thank you, priest. I'm glad Kirei's on top of things. You can always trust Kirei to help out when the chips are down. I'm glad nobody will investigate this insanely weird incident. Everybody's just kind of like, well, that was weird. I guess we're over it. That's a relief. Dissolving the bounded field took longer than expected, but I wasn't too late. The instant I relax, every last bit of strength floods out of me. I breathe out deeply, and I lean back against the wall. Yeah, remember we talked about your healing factor earlier, Shiro. You're kind of on some Wolverine shit right now. No, you weren't. I would never say you were normal at any point in your life. Shiro is not the best at what he does. And what he does sucks ass. My brain finally starts to working. There's something I need to do. I needed her. I called her, so she came and she saved me. I need to tell her something right away. I stand up too quickly. Pain shoots through my body as I move, but I can't let that stop me. When have you ever? Alright, thanks for not even trying to stop me, Rin. Tosaka heads over to the outbuilding. My joints creak with pain. I grip my teeth and try to endure it as I head towards the dojo. I reach the dojo. Saber is sitting in a Seiza style as if she's meditating. Oh, she's still armored up. Awesome. See, actually, how does she sit like that with the armor on? That actually seems like it should not be possible. I don't think her figure has the articulation for that. Saber notices me coming in and hurries to her feet, then rushes over to me. Like the armor on the sides of her dress shouldn't like be able to bend back when she tries to do the sitting thing. Ah, whatever.
すまないではありません。あなたには言いたいことが山ほどある。私を置いて敵の誘いに乗ったこと、一人で戦おうとしたこと、自身の体を気遣おうともしなかったこと。
He needs to be punished.
分かっているのですか？そのどれもが死に直結する愚行です。いや、実際あなたは死にかけていた。
He does sure like making the same stupid decisions over and over.
いや、その。
何ですか？生半可な弁明では引き下がりません。今日という今日は、とことんあなたの考えを聞かせていただきますから。
Saber comes at me with all the rage and force of a hurricane. She's so intense. I'm not sure how to explain it, but I'm kind of enjoying Saber being so emotional. I love it when she's mad at me.
わかってる。ちゃんと話す。だから話をしよう、セイバー。体の方はこの通り大丈夫だからさ。
シロ、持ち直したのですか？
まあ、そうみたいだ。とりあえず生き延びてる。
そうですか。
I don't think it's the same one, but Tsukihime has a very similar piano piece. Where'd that angry look from a few seconds ago go? Saber heaves a relieved sigh and smiles softly as if celebrating my recovery. It helps me understand that even Saber, stoic as she always is acting like this because of how much I worried her. I wasn't relying on Saber, but she still accepted me as someone to fight alongside. How stupid of me. I hadn't realized the extent to which she trusted me, and I couldn't extend the most basic trust of just letting her fight. Are you gonna learn this time? I speak up more comfortably now. I'm finally able to look her in the eye, and it feels natural. Have you finally learned that girls too can pick up a sword, Shiro? I bow my head.
シロ、やめてください。先ほどのは言葉のあやです。怒っていたのは確かですが、あなたに謝ってもらう必要は
ある。パートナーとしてセイバーに謝るのは当然だ。心配させてすまなかった。セイバーといる限り、俺は二度と一人では戦わない。
Thank God.
シロ、それは。
セイバー、お前の力を。
He can finally learn.
俺一人じゃ他のマスターには。
He's finally demonstrating an ability to retain and interpret information and outside stimuli.
それでは今までの行動が間違いだったと認めるのですね。シローはマスターとして後方支援に徹し、戦うのは私の役割だと。
Well, I still don't want to see Saber hurt. That's why I forbid her from fighting. And that's where I was wrong. Ever since I decided to fight with her, I should have just put everything I had into helping her. Yeah, exactly. Some people just need those near-death experiences to finally internalize what they're being told.
Saber が俺を守るなら、俺もセイバーを守る。セイバーだけを戦わせるなんてことはできない。
Saber doesn't answer. The mood in the dojo turns frosty. I just can't let this go. I lift my head, thinking I'll just have to beg until she accepts my determination. But then... Yeah, I'm noticing this. This is also a good Saber face. She has a lot of good faces.
今さら答えるまでもないでしょう。私はあなたの剣です。私以外の誰があなたの力になるのですか、シロ。
Saber extends her left hand. I can't think of anything sensible to say, so I shake her hand. Our handshake forms something almost tangible. I'm a good Saber face? No, I'm not drawn by him. I'm not drawn by that Takeuchi fellow, so I don't look like every other character he draws. It's been a few days since we first met, but it feels like we finally formed a real contract. Oh, hi, Rin.
何握手なんてしてるの？二人とも。
Hey, why would she show up now of all time? Saber and I quickly let go of each other's hands. How embarrassing to be seen shaking hands. I guess.
まさか私に内緒で作戦会議をしてたとか？いえ、そういうわけではないのです。そのマスターの体が健康かどう
I was checking his
脈を
pulse.
測っていただけですので。
I'm dumbfounded. Saber just told a bald-faced lie. But why would Saber panic about this, too?
へえ、変わった脈の取り方をするのね。
You know, through your thick-ass gauntlets. Kosaka regards Saber curiously. Also a good Saber face. In response, Saber starts acting even more suspiciously, probably because she's not used to lying. I need to help her, or this will get even more awkward.
何の用だよ、父さん。部屋まで荷物を取りに行くとか言ってなかったか、さっき。
あ、それそれ。はいセイバー、これ。ありがとう。リンには迷惑をかける。
Tosaka hands Saber a bag. Saber looks surprisingly happy as she takes the bag.
それが最後だから気をつけなさいよね。いくら強制召喚だからって力ずくで武装したら服なんて消し飛ぶんだから。申し訳ありません。突然のことだったので。
Oh, I see. Being teleported and changing into her armor like ruined her outfit. Good thing I had duplicates of the exact same clothes, I guess.
綺麗なやつ、地味な服ばっかり私に押し付けるんだもの。ま、私には似合わない服だからいいけどさ。なんだってその服にこだわるのよ、セイバー。ええ、白が似合うと言いましたから。
How cute. I'm not following all of this, but it seems that's Saber's third set of clothes. I don't have any women's clothing around the house, so Saber's been borrowing clothes from Tosaka. But yeah, I'd really appreciate it if they had their girl talk when I'm not around. I am a guy. It had been such a nice conversation until now too, but I don't really know what to do with myself when they get to talking about stuff like this. You're such a dork. Yeah, Kirei would do that. He's like, put on something more modest, you harlot. He would say something like that. So not much happened afterward, and both Tosaka and Saber forced me to go sleep in my room. I may have regained consciousness, but I'm still severely injured. Ryder sliced my arms up so bad that under normal circumstances, I'd have had to worry about whether I'd ever be able to use them again. Plus, I fell 3 stories, so I'm all broken and bruised. Yeah, there's that too. There's plenty I should be thinking about, but the two have agreed that the best thing for me to do right now is sleep so I can heal. But I let Shinji get away, and I'll need to settle things with him as quickly as possible. He didn't hesitate to activate the bounded field. Even I know how dangerous it'd be to let a master like that roam free. No, go eat. Bedtime. Things go blank, like a dizzy spell sweeping over me. The only thing that feels normal is my head. As soon as I lay down, my half-healed body just forces me off to sleep. I'm gonna kill that dweeb Shinji. I don't have time to rest like this. Even if my body isn't fully healed, I need to find Shinji. Yes, I will see. This is a perfect opportunity, henchbuns, for me to take a short little break to use the restroom and parch my dried throat from all the reading. So give me just a moment here. I will be right back. Thank you. Okay, henchbuns. Oh, good night, Kendricks. But the rest of you, hello, I have returned. I hope you are all enjoying story time so far. I've enjoyed this. This might have been some of the best, most entertaining chunks of Fate so far. Just because it was really entertaining seeing Shinji, like, drop the smug face and start screaming and crying like a baby. That was really good. I like that. As the boy Riona appreciator, I like it when these things happen. These appeal to me. Get those words off. There we go. Alright, let us continue. Let us continue the fate. I hope more cool things happen in this session. Maybe even Archer will do something at all. Who knows? It's a world of endless possibility out there, henchbuns. Who can say for sure? Stop the playlist. Even though it's a really good Final Fantasy VIII song. Let us carry on. All right. Also, I have iced tea. I have some Arnold Palmer. Delicious. My throat. I am now hydrated, Bearsona, yes. 10. Skyscraper. Well, that sounds fun. I'm having a bad dream, as opposed to the other good dream where everything is on fire. My body, injured as it is, demands long, deep sleep. But my mind is still stuck replaying all that happened today and won't let me rest peacefully. My body, still not fully healed, is burning. My mind is plagued with guilt. I think I'm crying out in my sleep. As I sleep, my dream drags on. Yeah, I can't believe him. With all of his complexes and whatever the fucks is having a bad dream. This is just such an uncommon occurrence. How many victims were there? Tosaka said there were no deaths, but that might just be the official story. No way does someone come out unscathed after they're having their life force ripped from them. They could suffer any number of long-term physical problems in years to come, or even brain damage from lack of oxygen. Some students even had severe skin damage. Even if they heal, they'll likely have scars for the rest of their lives. I guess we're not going back to school again. My body hurts. I nearly died today. No, I did die today. A convulsion rocks my whole body. Bad luck for everyone who got sucked into this today, but you did well, Shiro. You stopped a catastrophe, and you did it by taking a wound that would normally kill you. There's nothing to feel guilty about. The pain tries to tell me to just go to sleep. But unfortunately, there's too much red on my screen. No, I can't make excuses for myself. It doesn't matter. There was a disaster, and I just happened to be there, but I couldn't do anything. They're saying I saved lives, but I didn't save anyone. Not one person. If only this had just been a mistake. If only it hadn't happened. Then my mind would be at peace and I could sleep. I'm pissed off. You can't just say how you feel. That makes me angry. It's absurd. My heart complaining like this when my body is already so weak. There won't be a miracle like that. Just wishing for a do-over because things didn't go well or were so terrible they should never have happened is pathetic. You can't take back what's already done. It's not possible and shouldn't be attempted anyway. So I can't just pretend all that didn't happen. There's only one thing I can do. Make sure I do everything I possibly can to prevent anything like that from ever happening again. That's enough sleep. I can worry about my body later. If I can move, I should wake up and hit the ground running. My goal is to make sure no one is hurt. I'll need to push myself to the verge of death. You seem to do that a lot. I open my eyes. I take one deep breath, filling my lungs with air. The frigid winter air dispels my drowsiness almost instantly. I realize it's just past 6 in the morning. Yeah, he didn't crawl out to the shed somehow in the middle of the night. That's improvement, I guess. Habits really are just extraordinary things. My body must have at least partly recovered since I'm waking up at my usual time.
Yoshi.
I stand up and fold up my futon blanket. The instant I undertake even such a mundane task, intense pain spikes through my left shoulder. Yeah, brother, you should probably sleep more. It's only pain. This is far better than what I felt when Berserker tore out my stomach the other day. I guess that's true. When that happened, my insides felt like they were slush, and the nausea was far more intense than the pain. I headed out to the hallway. The sunlight is muted by the gloom outside. It's cloudy. Looks like it's going to rain. Obviously.
今目が覚めた。そういうセイバーこそ今朝は早いんだな。いつもならまだ眠ってる時間じゃないか。
Yeah, Saber's not typically up so long before breakfast.
シロ、私とて好きで眠っているわけではありません。私が朝食まで眠っているのは単に魔力を温存するためだと言ったはずです。
I do recall this, yes.
そのいかにも普段から寝過ごしているという物言いはやめてほしい。
That is rude, it's true.
なんでさ、別にそんなつもりで言ってないぞ。単にこんな早起きしていいのかって思っただけだ。
ほう、そうですか。
So defensive.
私が早起きするのはおかしいと。
Saber sounds crabby. Maybe it's my imagination. Saber doesn't seem quite as reserved as usual.
いや、おかしいとかじゃなくていいのかなって。セイバーが頻繁に眠らなくちゃいけないのは俺のせいだ。だから今朝もできる限り眠っていないといけないんじゃないのか。
当然です。ですが、それはあくまで待機状態に過ぎません。私が眠っていたのは緊急時に備えてのもの。今の状態で眠るのは道理にかなわないではないですか。
道理にかなわないってなんで？別に今は
We're doing that thing where we argue over nothing.
襲われてもいないぞ。
I think. Saber's stumbling over her words. It seems like there's something she doesn't want to say. Now what's going on?
出かけるまで眠っていた方がいい。朝飯ができたら呼びに行くから、それまで力を温存しといてくれ。今日一日、セイバーの力を借りることになるんだから。
I head to the kitchen.
待ってください、シロ。
Okay.
なんだよ、セイバー。他に何か。
あなたは今、何をすると言いましたか？
I hold my breath, barely realizing I'm doing it. She's asked me something, but her eyes are preventing me from giving an answer.
そもそもあなたは安静にしなければいけない。
Boy, you need to sleep. Yeah, she's gonna put you down if you don't go on your own.
朝食の支度など凛がします。シロが優先すべきことは部屋で休み、体を癒すことです。それが分かっていないとは言わせません。
Saber's being so stern because she's genuinely concerned about me.
部屋に戻ってください、シロ。眠りが必要なのは私ではなくあなたの方です。
Saber sees right through me and glares at me all the more intensely. But still, I can't let Shinji let loose. I don't think I think you've humiliated Shinji enough that he's not going to do anything for a little bit at least.
なぜですか？今日中にライダーのマスターを捕らえる理由などありません。戦うのならシローの傷が癒えてからにするべきです。それからでも遅くはないでしょう。
それは違う、セイバー。順番で言うなら俺の体なんて後回しだ。そんな暇はないんだ。シンジのやつが何をするかはお前だってわかるだろう。
He said it would be hard to do it in the same place, so I think we're okay for a little bit. You can chill, man.
シンジは何もできないはずだ。
昨日のような犠牲者を出したくないというのですか？ライダーのマスターを倒すのではなく、ただ
そんなことはない。シンジには責任を取らせる。そのためにはライダーを倒さなくちゃいけないだけだ。それに犠牲者を出さないために行動するなんていうのは当たり前だろ。そんなこと戦う理由以前の問題だ。
そうですか。マスターがそう言うのなら私は従うだけですが。
Well, as long as she's okay with it.
シンジを探す？別に文句はないけど、ちゃんと勝ち目があって言ってるんでしょうね。
I do think this. I do think this is possible. It's after breakfast. That's Tosaka's immediate response when I say we can't just let Shinji remain on the run.
勝ち目ってシンジに対してか？
そうよ。前もって言っとくけど、賞賛もないくせに他のマスターに手を出す気だったなんて言ったら笑うわよ。
Crap. Now that she mentions it, I've really only thought about stopping Shinji. I haven't given much thought to the details, or any.
ちょっと、エミヤ君、本気？
すまん。笑ってくれ。
悪いけど笑えないわ。今の冗談。
His ass is not thinking. Ugh, that reaction makes it clear just how stupid I'm being. I want to curl up into a little ball and hide. You should!
セイバー、あんたのマスターはこんなんだけど、あなた自身はどうなの？ライダーと戦うことに異論はないわけ？ライダーと戦うだけならば問題はありません。彼女の能力は
I could beat her ass. I like that confidence, Saber.
それはシロ本人も分かっていると思います。何しろライダーと直接対峙したのですから。ああ、そうだっけ。ならシロにもライダーがどの程度かは分かっているんだ。
Tosaka looks my way, her eyes curious. She obviously wants to know about how strong Ryder is. True, I do have something of an assessment. Maybe it's because I formed a contract with a servant, or maybe it's the power of the command spells. She may not be my servant, but I have some understanding of her abilities since I've seen her fight. Ryder wasn't an especially strong servant. I agree, she could beat her ass.
そうなんだ。ならちゃんと賞賛はあるんじゃない。シンジは魔術師じゃないから、ライダーはマスターからの支援を受けられない。必然的にセイバーとライダーの一騎打ちになるものね。
Tosaka's right. As long as Shinji's a master, Ryder has to fight on her own. Saber shouldn't be at a disadvantage, but...
何よ、気の乗らない顔して。何か問題でもあるっていうの？
ああ、 いいか、トサカ。それだけ戦力的に上回ったセイバーに追い詰められていたのに。
She was quite fast. She literally seemed to turn into a lightning bolt. The arrow of light that tore through the hallway. If Saber hadn't shoved me to the ground, that wave of destruction would have completely annihilated me. If that was Ryder's ace in the hole, we shouldn't take her lightly, even if she is weaker.
つまりライダーはライダー本人より所有する宝具の方が優れてるタイプってわけね。で、セイバー、シローはともかく、あなたならライダーの宝具が何であるか分かったんじゃない？目の前で使われたんだから見当ぐらいはついてるんでしょ？面目ありません。シローを守ることに精一杯で、私もあれが何であるか確認することができなかった。
We just know it's big and loud and light.
そんなことに気を割いていたら、私もシローもあの一撃に巻き込まれていたでしょう。巻き込まれたって何？ライダーの宝具って飛び道具なの？それに近いものでした。分類的には
I think they turned into
リ
the
ンが
light.
使う魔術に近い。あれは私の剣やランサーの槍のような対人宝具ではないのでしょう。
I think it's the noble phantasm of goes fast.
私の魔術に近いってそれこそ変よ。セイバーの対魔術は神業じゃない。現代の魔術じゃまずあなたに傷を負わせることはできない。そのあなたがかわさなくちゃいけない魔術なんて、それははい、神秘はより強い神秘の前に無効化される。私の鎧を通ることができる神秘はあなたたちの言う魔法か神域に住む幻想種だけです。
The proper noun, true magic.
魔法使い。ライダーは魔術師だっていうの？セイバー。いいえ、それほどの魔力は感じませんでした。彼女はライダーです。魔法使いがいるとすれば、それはキャスターだけでしょう。
Something different, but kind of like what I
お
just
そ
said.
らく別のものだと思います。
Saber's answer gets a sigh of relief from Kosaka. I don't quite get what's going on, though.
セイバー、お前の鎧っていうのはそんなに硬いものなのか？魔法でなければ通らないなんて言うけど、それならランサーのゲイボルクは魔法ってことになるが。
It did stab you real good.
ええ、確かにランサーのゲイボルクは魔法に近い呪いですが。
Rin, can you explain it like he's 5?
シローに説明してあげてくれますか？私？まあいいけど、要するにシローはセイバーは魔法じゃないと傷つかないと勘違いしているわけね。
あ、いや、別にそういうわけじゃないけど、ただそんなに頑丈な鎧ならすごいなって思っただけだ。そりゃすごいわよ。セイバーに限らずサーバントってのはみんな英霊なのよ。霊体ってこともあるけど、
Yeah.
まっとうな手段
Yes,
で
this I
傷一つつけられ
understand.
ない。
We're doing that thing where we lore dump and repeat shit I've already heard like twice.
物理的な手段でサーバントを傷つけられるのは同じ英霊であるサーバントだけ。逆に言えばサーバント同士ならただのペーパーナイフでもセイバーを傷つけることができる。
相手がサーバントならセイバーの鎧もそう鉄壁ってわけじゃないってことか。
そうね。けどセイバー自身接近戦の技量が優れているから、白兵戦ではまずセイバーに傷は負わせられない。
Yeah, they're doing a real Metal Gear Solid with that.
残った手段は
You know, I've been kind of getting the itch to replay the Metal Gear games recently. Ever since they announced that collection, that volume 2 that has finally a port of 4. I'm thinking around the time when it comes out, it might be time. I might just stream all the Metal Gear games again. I especially want to play the original MSX games. I've never done that, and I think they look really fun.
セイバーを倒したかったら真正面からの切り合いで彼女を任さなくちゃ。
There she is. That's Saber. Saber listens silently to Tosaka's explanation. Saber never interrupts her, probably because Probably because everything Tosaka's saying is true.
なんだよ、そんなのインチキだ。剣技でかなわないから魔術で勝負するっていうのに。
I also, you know, speaking of Kojima, I'd really like to play like Police Knots and Snatcher on the stream. I think that would be fun.
なんか不公平だぞ、その話。
そうね。けどそのセイバーだって白兵戦で絶対に負けないというわけでもないでしょ。
She's getting angry in the background.
バーサーカーは力だけならセイバーを上回ってるし、ランサーだって白兵戦において必殺の槍を持ってる。今話してるライダーだって
I mean, technically, the visual novel hasn't told us that yet, but like, obviously, I know this from cultural osmosis. It's not a spoiler.
私たちだってセイバーを倒す方法はあるもの。単にセイバーの耐え魔力を上回る魔術を持ってくるか、サーバントが使っている武器を借りて寝ている間に首を切るとか。
I see. It's like that Superman thing, right? It's like how they explain Superman's weakness to magic. Something like what was the explanation? I think it was John Byrne who wrote this, where it's like, Superman won't be hurt by a magical item just because it's magic, but he has no resistance to it. So like a sword that's enchanted to open any lock, it won't just hurt Superman because it's magic, but if a sword's enchanted to cut anything, it will cut Superman. That's how they always explain Superman's magic thing. How he reacts to magic. It's an alarming example, but I get it. Wait, but Elsa Saber's looking really upset in the background. Tosaka, we probably shouldn't be talking about things like this in front of Saber.
そうなんだ。じゃあライダーのホーグが特別優れてるってわけじゃなくて、サーバントの攻撃だからセイバーも守る。
Like I said, it's not a spoiler. Obviously, I know that much. But I would ask you not to avoid doing so, because I actually do know very little about Fate outside of that.
ライダー本人がそう優れた英霊じゃないのなら、彼女が宝具を使ったところでたかが知れているし。そうでしょ、セイバー。ライダーの宝具はライダー自身の能力とは関係のない武器なのよね。おそらくライダーの技や魔力に頼らない自動的な武装、宝具そのものに効果があるものだと思います。魔術か幻想種か、どちらにせよあの魔法陣から放たれたものは圧倒的でした。直撃を受けた場合、生き延びられるサーバントなどいないでしょう。
She did say, Ryder did say that like her noble phantasm is the strongest.
あなたたち風に言うのなら A プラスといったところでしょうか。私個人の推測に過ぎないので断定はできませんが。 A プラス？何それ、魔法一歩手前じゃない。そんなの使われてよく学校が吹っ飛ばなかったってもんだわ。単純に破壊するだけの宝具というわけではないのでしょう。もともとは他の用途がある宝具なのではないでしょうか。
Yeah, I can tell.
そうだとしても厄介ね。セイバーの話じゃ A 判定どころじゃないし、瞬間的な攻撃力ならサーバント中最高ってことになるのかしら。まあ確かに攻守ともに優れた宝具のようでしたが。
This is one of my favorite Saber faces.
私の方が
Saber's face is indecipherable. Huh? I don't know what just happened. Saber doesn't look amused.
セイバー、遠坂の意見なんか引っかかるところでもあるのか。
あ、いえ、別にそういうわけではないというか。本当はどちらが強いかなど。
She's like, well, I could still win. I could still win. She's acting strange. Saber seems embarrassed by her own actions and starts to mutter under her breath.
まあいいけど。
That good old knight's pride.
妙なことを言ってなかったか。セイバーとランサーのは対人宝具とかなんだ。
Oh, please, not more of this. Please. Please stop talking about the game mechanics in your prose.
私の風王結界やランサーのゲイボルクはあくまで人を倒すための武装です。いかに強力な魔力、呪いを帯びていたところで、その用途は対人の域を出るものではありません。
Well, I guess that makes sense. Saber's invisible sword is definitely useful in battle, but that's only effective against people. If you chopped firewood with Saber's sword, whether you can see the blade or not isn't going to affect how quickly you can chop wood. It's the same with Lancer's Guy Bolt. Even a cursed spear that always strikes the heart is just a sharp spear if you use it against a boulder or a house. I'm glad we can put one and one together here, Shiro.
大軍宝具ってことになるわね。そういえば父さんに聞いたことがあったわ。宝具には対人に優れたもの、大軍に優れたものがある。簡単に言って対人宝具は弾数制限のない拳銃で、大軍宝具ってのは一発限りのミサイルってことね。ライダーの宝具は強力だけど、その分使用にかなりの制限があるんじゃないかしら。少なくともセイバーの剣みたいにいつも見えないなんて永続的な宝具じゃない。
Hold on a minute. A gun versus a missile? There's no contest. Sure, Saber's invisible sword is awesome, but if she goes up against a ridiculous noble phantasm like that, she'll be dead before she can even swing her sword.
つまり、ライダーと戦うのなら、宝具を使われる前に倒せってことか。
Or just miss.
でしょうね。宝具の打ち合いになったら勝ち目はない。ライダーとシンジを探すって言うなら、それだけは頭に入れておきなさい。大前提として、ライダーが宝具を使う前に倒すこと。戦いを長引かせれば長引かせるだけ、こっちが不利になるから。もしくは、私が戦っている間にライダーのマスターを倒せばいい。
That's true. If we just beat Shinji to death, that sounds like a good plan that I can approve of. So that's what we've come up with. Since we have no strategy to deal with Ryder's noble phantasm, we just need to defeat Ryder before she uses it. Just don't get hit. Whatever noble phantasms other servants have, we still don't want to have to deal with Ryder's.
忠告助かったよ、遠坂。俺たちはシンジを探しに行くけど、遠坂はどうする？留守番していてくれるか？
そうね。あなたたちがそう言うなら、私たちもシンジを探してもいいんだけど。まあ。
If you had wanted me to, but now I'll just say no.
敵はライダーだけじゃないし、私たちはもともとバーサーカーを倒すために手を組んだんだしね。シローがシンジを追っている間、私は私でやることがあるから。
Tosaka stands up with a frosty smile.
それじゃあね。いい結果を期待しているわ。
Okay, goodbye. I guess we're going after Shinji. I guess Shinji is our next major opponent. I thought it was going to be Caster on account of that whole shindig around the shrine, but I guess not. Saber and I head out together, leaving Tosaka at home. It's 7:30 in the morning. The hilly road is extremely quiet. The road is usually packed with students going to school, but there aren't that many people around today.
学校は休校だそうですね。
That makes sense. It did explode a little bit.
死者が出なかったとはいえ、大半の生徒は未だ立ち上がれる体ではないということですか。
重度の栄養失調みたいなもんだからな。まともに動けるようになるまで何日かはかかるだろう。
And also a little bit of melty skin. But those are the lucky ones. There are still some whose injuries will last a lifetime.
タイガも病院に運ばれたと聞きます。見舞いに行かずともいいのですか、シロ。
ああ、藤姉のはただの疲労だと。心配しなくてもいいから真面目に家で勉強してろとさ。
Before we left, I phoned the Fujimura house and asked how Fujine was doing. I want to go visit, but I need to hold off for now.
では探索に専念するのですね。それはいいのですが、シロに当てはあるのですか。私はサーバントの気配を読み取れますが、それも近づかなければわかりません。 何か手がかりがなければ探し出すのは難しいのではないでしょうか。
確かにシンジが何もせずに隠れていた場合、探し出すのは難しいだろう。けどあいつの性格から言って昨日の今日でおとなしくしているとは思えない。
He is a huge attention whore. Shinji's not the type to just sit back and take a beating.
ではライダーのマスターは再び結界を張ろうとすると。
Probs.
間違いなくな。俺と同じであいつはサーバントに魔力を提供できない。俺たちに復讐しようとするならまず魔力を貯めないといけないだろう。なら見つけ出すのはそう難しくはないんじゃないか。
ライダーのマスターを探すのではなく結界を探すのですね。
ああ、マスターの感知はできなくてもあれだけの結界なら近づけばわかる。それに場所も特定できるだろう。大きな建物で人がたくさん集まるところを当たっていけばいい。
驚いた。やりますね、シロ。
Very good job. I guess that's why this chapter is named Skyscraper.
探し出せる自信がなかったらこんなことは言い出さないよ。
Yeah, I'm confident. The bounded field is one thing, but there's a point to us walking around like this, too. Shinji probably can't leave me alone any more than I can leave him alone. That's the yaoi. That's the yaoi talking. I head to Shinji's house, just in case. I have Saber check for Ryder's presence. He finds nothing. Well, Shinji's not the sort to just roll over and hide in his house after what's happened.
行こう。シンジが結界を張るとしたらこっちの町じゃなくてシントの方だ。オフィス街のビルを総当たりしていこう。
I call Saber over and turn to leave the Mato house.
いいのですか、シロ。ここはさくらの家なのでしょう。立ち寄ったのですから声をかけては。それぐらいは余裕があると思いますが。
I am worried about Sakura. According to Tosaka, Sakura was just weakened, and luckily wasn't injured beyond that. If it were up to me, I'd like to see her and take care of her the way she's always taken care of me. But
やめておく。この戦いが終わるまではさくらと会って戦いに巻き込むわけにはいかないからな。
besides, I can't possibly face Sakura when I'm about to head out to fight her brother. Should the worst happen and I actually kill Shinji, I'll never be able to face her again. I shouldn't let it leave any loose ends like that. It's best for me, and I'm sure it's best for Sakura, too. We check every building we find. Of course, we start with the big ones, but so far, nothing. I wipe the sweat from my brow and force my leaden limbs to keep moving. I try to calm my labored breathing by just taking a moment to rest.
シロ、何か異常でもあり。シロ、こちらへ。
ちょっと待って。そっちは公園だぞ。こっちには。
それは後にしてください。今こちらが最優先です。
Shinji, or Shiro, it looks like you're about to collapse. Something must have caught her attention. Saber's tone is stern and she pulls me towards the park.
セイバー、どうしたんだよ。こんなところまでやってきて。ここには何もない。そんなのセイバーにだってわかるだろう。
いいですから、そこのベンチに座ってください。話はその後で聞きます。
Saber's intense about this, so I reluctantly sit down. And then, for a moment, I almost feel faint. I hold my head with one hand. My forehead is damp with sweat and my breathing is labored even though I'm sitting down. Hey, wait a minute. Why would I be sweating like this in the dead of winter? Because you got fucking cut the fuck up yesterday. As soon as I say that, I realize what's going on. I'm not exhausted. My wounds haven't completely healed, so they're tingling. This is unreal. No matter how much I try, I can't get my breathing under control. My body feels heavy and my legs refuse to take my weight.
ようやく自分の体に気がついたようですね、シロ。
Saber is mad. I don't blame her. I was the one who suggested searching for Shinji. But here I am, sitting on a bench.
すまん。すぐ動けるようにするから、しばらく待ってくれ。
I think you're dying, dude.
私が注意しているのはそんなことではありません。どうやらあなたには何を言っても無駄な
He
ようで
is
す。
really stupid. You know this, Saber. Huh? I can see that Saber's mad. What I don't understand is why.
ちょっとセイバー、きちんと言ってくれないと何が言いたいのかわからないんだが。
わからないのなら語る必要はないでしょう。いいですから、シロはそこで休んでいてください。一人で休むのが嫌なら、私もお付き合いしますから。
That's right, grab him and make him sit there. Saber sits right next to me. The bench is not that big. Saber is sitting close enough to me that our shoulders might touch if one of us leans over even a little.
いや、待てってセイバー。休んでる暇なんてないだろう。俺たちは遊びに来たんじゃなくて。
遊びになど来ていません。休憩も戦いのうちです。文句を言うのでしたら、まずその呼吸を整えてからにしてください。
いや、呼吸を整えろって。
Sure, I'm totally worn out, and I could barely breathe, but having her so close makes my heart go absolutely doki doki, and...
シロ、人の話を聞いていますか？今まで体に無理をさせてきたのですから。まずは肩の力を抜いて落ち着いてください。気が散っていては体が休まらないのですから。
いや、だから。
If she wants me to be calm, it'd be really help if she kept her distance. I don't know how Saber feels, but I can't help but see her as a girl around my own age. Well, she may actually be younger. She's still a girl. And plus, she's beyond beautiful. No guy could stay calm this close to her, and I'm certainly no exception.
シロ、気のせいでしょうか。先ほどより顔色が悪くなってきた気がするのですが。
そんなことない。動揺なんて。
That's not what she said, brother. He's so dumb.
それならいいのですが、やはり横になった方がいいのでしょうか。
I mean, the grass. It's fine to lay down on grass. Saber looks around. Oh, what the? What are the odds of just being some random dude lying across a nearby bench using his girlfriend's lap as a pillow in a park that's usually deserted? And Saber glances at the pair of lovebirds. She's obviously thinking. She's plotting something.
シロ、気分が悪いのでしたら横に。
大丈夫、おとなしくして
I'm not doing that.
落ち着くから余計な心配はしなくていい。しなくていいから当分ほっといてくれ。
I turn away from Saber and close my eyes. Anything to keep our eyes from locking. No eye contact, or I'll get scared. Think calming thoughts, Shiro. There is a lot of rom-com moments, it's true. Now I just have to keep taking deep breaths and try not to think about Saber being right next to me. It took a night for the fire to die down. The searing, roaring red wall eventually disappeared. All that remained was a charred field, strewn with smoldering, blackened lumber. I remember that while I lay there on the ground, the sound of it reminded me of sparklers. Yep, yeah, you got too comfy. Now you gotta get back to the trauma event. The sky was getting cloudy. It should rain soon. That will help put out the fires. I could hardly even breathe as I lay there, staring dazedly at the sky. Charred remains hemmed me in on all sides. Burns cover almost my entire body. There's an especially painful sensation around my chest. It's always the chest with this guy. My chest is gouged out. I could probably touch my own insides. This has been happening for this guy's entire life, I guess. Oh yeah, I'd forgotten about that. I didn't collapse because I got tired. It's not that my numb body was trying to do me a favor by letting me rest. I collapsed because I was much too hurt to keep moving at all. That's why I ended up just accepting, calmly, no panic. I knew I wasn't going to make it. Everyone else was already dead anyway, so I wasn't scared. Staring up at the cloudy sky, I felt myself just sort of fading away. Yet, in the haze of fading consciousness, I decided that as long as I was alive, I'd try calling for help, right till the end. Huh. Wait, something's off. I shouldn't be remembering this pain in my chest. I jerked myself upright and tugged my shirt open to check myself over. Now granted, it's an understandable fear. Your chest has been blown up a lot. There's no scar on my chest. The respiratory distress that burned caused it almost kill me, but I didn't take some massive chest wound. If something like that had happened, even Kiritsugu wouldn't have been able to help me. But more importantly...
夜になってる。俺寝ちまってたのか、セイバー。
はい。よく眠っているようでしたので起こしませんでしたが、その会話あったようですね。先ほどに比べて、シローの顔色は良くなっていますから。
人が悪いな。居眠りした俺が悪いにしても。
You were so sleepy.
よかったじゃないか。休んでいる暇はないって言っただろ。
休息は必要な行為です。それにシローが眠っていたのは1時間程度ですから、そう問題はないでしょう。
そりゃ結果論だ。俺が起きなかったらどうするつもりだったんだよ、一体。
そうですね。あまり変わりはないでしょう。日が落ちて寒くなってきましたから、そろそろ声をかけようと思っていたところです。
Well, I guess we're not finding Shinji today.
体の調子はすごくいいけど。
I get up from the bench and start walking through the field. There's no trace of what this field once looked like. No trace of when it used to be a residential district, nor any trace of when it was cast in the hellish red light. But for some reason, I'm irritated that I dreamed that scene just because I slept here.
シロー、何か問題でもあるのですか？
ああ、いや、どうせ休むなら別の場所にするべきだったなって。ここはどうも嫌な思い出がありすぎる。
Yeah, you were there, Saber. You remember.
嫌な思い出。シローはこの場所に縁があった
You
の
were
ですか？
involved in what caused this, if I remember right.
そっか。話してなかったっけ？俺、昔はこの辺りに住んでたんだ。10年前の話だけどな。大きな火事が起きて、両親も家も焼け落ちた。その時に親父に助けられて、そのまま養子になったんだよ。
では、あなたは？
ああ、キリツグの実の子供ってわけじゃない。それに、聖杯戦争と無関係ってわけでもないの。
It was all preordained.
ここが前回の戦いの最後の場所だってのは聞いてるよ。そこで生き残った俺がマスターに。
I don't think that's ironic at all, actually. That seems very intentional. I walk through the field. It's been 10 years, but it still seems like the ground hasn't recovered enough for even grass to grow. Maybe all the resentment of the people who died here seeped into the land itself.
シロー、あなたが犠牲者を出すまいとするのは、それが理由ですか？あなた自身が聖杯戦争の犠牲者だからこそ、自分のような犠牲者は出したくないと。
That makes sense.
いや、それは。
Now that she mentions it, I guess I can see people coming to that conclusion. Surprisingly, I've never thought about it like that. I don't think you've thought about it at all.
の言うことはもっともだけど、俺はもっと単純だと思うよ。10年前さ、ここでキリツグに助けられた時はただ嬉しかった。それ以外になかったから、自分もそうなれたらいいと憧れたんじゃないかな。
Yeah, I was just happy. Words can't even begin to describe what I felt when I called out for help and actually got it. But at the same time, the happier I was, the more guilty I felt.
けど自分だけ願いが叶えられたってのは居心地が悪かった。俺は親父に助けられたけど、他の人たちは助けられずにずっとこのままだ。
Everyone wished for salvation, but only my wish was granted. Only I was saved. And in exchange, everyone else died. And that's why I have to take responsibility.
けどまあ、起きてしまったことは戻しようがないからな。
I don't know. I don't know about that one.
報いたいなら、せめてこれからのことを防ぐべきだ。10年前のような惨事は起こさせない。またあんなことになったら、それこそ犠牲になった人たちに合わせる顔がないだろう。まあ、俺の理由なんてその程度のものだと。
More importantly, we need to get back to looking for Shinji. I feel better now, and we need to hurry up and check the buildings we hadn't gone to yet. Besides, there should be fewer people around at night. If Shinji wants to attack us, this will be the time. So if our plan is to be bait to lure him out, it's time to get to it.
行こうか、セイバー。とりあえずオフィス街に戻ろう。
Let's go beat up that punk.
セイバー、どうした？忘れ物でもある？
So excited to beat the shit out of Shinji.
いいえ、ただ今朝のことを思い出していました。体の傷を治してからライダーのマスターを探すべきだと言った私に、シローは順番が違うと言いました。シローは昨日も同じ言葉を口にした。以前から感じてはいましたが、その時に確信したのです。あなたには自分を助けようとする気がないのだと。
I'm glad you finally figured out what was completely obvious. It's like she just stares at me and lays it out, like it's a sin or something.
あなたは自身より他人を優先している。それは立派ですが、それではあなたはいつ
People keep telling me this, but I won't change my course of action.
シローはもっと自分を大切にするべきだ。
Saber cuts past me.
行きましょう。確かにここにいてはあなたに負担をかける。
Saber heads towards the office district. I try to call out to her, but I can't stop her.
何を？
What are you saying? That's what I want to ask her. The words just won't come. There's no way I'm not trying to help myself. That can't be true, but I somehow can't think of a single thing to say to argue with her. Yeah, because she's right. Hey, I've seen a Kamen Rider fight, guys, here. We make our way through the town after dark. It's a little past 8. The station is at its most crowded hour, and Saber and I stare at the map of the town.
主だった建物は回りましたね。他に行くべき場所はありますか？
そうだな。少し離れたところに工場がある。あそ
I
こも
bet you a
人が
Kamen
集まる
Rider
場所
fought a
だ
guy
か
at
ら
that
調べてお
factory,
かない
too.
と。まあ、工場っていうのはシンジの趣味じゃないと思うんだが。
We do make conversation now, but it's still hard for me to look Saber in the eye. I think our conversation from earlier is still stuck in my head. Saber's acting like it didn't happen, which bothers me even more.
そういうセイバーの方はどうだ？ライダーの気配はつかめるか？
いいえ、感じません。彼女とは一度戦っていますから、近くにいれば知覚できるのですが。
Uh-oh. An odd feeling prickles my skin. Even I can feel the wave of magical energy that washes over us. There is no way that Saber can't.
シロ、言うまでもないと思うのですが。
Something bad's coming our way, fellas.
近くにいるのか、セイバ
ー。いいえ、まだそこまでの距離ではないようです。ですが、確実に見られている。この魔力は私たちの
Sounds like something Shinji would do. If we're being watched, that means they've fallen into our trap. Releasing so much magical energy is an obvious attempt to lure us out.
で、この気配、ライダーなのか？
My mind changes gears. The awkwardness between Saber and me earlier disappears.
魔力をたどります。注意してください、マスター。
I nod. The wave of bloodlust I feel stinging at my skin is coming from the direction of the office district as it slowly empties of people. Today, of all days, maybe there will be nobody working overtime. Most of the lights in the windows of the building seen as the heart of Shinto are dark. There aren't many people on the sidewalks, and we have a pretty clear view of the building. I don't see anyone suspicious. If Shinji's here, he'll be up ahead. Maybe in the park we just left. Good night, Gotetsu. Thank you so much for watching. I feel the bloodlust growing more intense. The enemies nearby. Or more like... Ooh, static. A chill runs up my spine. Even I can feel this aura of bloodlust, and we're probably already in enemy territory.
気をつけろ。何か変だ。
ええ、シローの感覚は正しい。このように人目のある場所で仕掛けてくるとは思いませんが、相手が相手です。用心に越したことはありません。
We both nod in silent agreement and make our way toward the park. It's probably best to ignore the oppressive sense of a knife being pressed to my throat. Shinji and Ryder are nowhere around the office district. If they're going to attack, it's probably going to be somewhere in the park, where there won't be anyone else around. Ruh-roh. I turn towards Saber. She rushes towards me like a bolt of lightning, and blocks a blow aimed straight at my head. I look up. Look up! A massive building towers overhead. Clinging to the side of that building like some kind of spider is Ryder. Her hair is long enough to cover her entire body, her limbs supple and white. The masked woman is indeed our enemy. Ryder! She licks her lips as she stares down at me. The hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. There's no mistaking it. She came spiraling down from the top of the building, aiming to take my head in a sneak attack from our blind spot. Saber lands on the ground. In the time it took for her to rush in to block Ryder's attack, Saber summoned her armor, which I guess probably ruined another one of her identical outfits. Saber kicks off from the ground. She disappears into the sky with a glint of silvery armor. She jumps good. Ryder clinging to the side of the building like that is absurd enough, but Saber leaping skyward in pursuit of her is just outright ridiculous. No, they're servants. Normal logic doesn't apply here. Like Ryder, Saber moves along the side of the building, striking at her with dizzying speed. They're on that one stage from Vampire Saber. The two shadows clash and cross against each other. The sight of the two of them fighting overhead, darting along the building as they climb into the air, is like watching two fighter jets. They're doing that thing anime does with like mecha anime and stuff, where they like just turn into trails of light that bounce off each other. All the while, I bet if we wait here, Shinji will show up. It's frustrating that I should stay here. I can't run up the side of the building, and even if I go after Saber, I wouldn't be able to help her much anyway.
Saber.
No human should get involved in a battle between servants. All I can do here is believe in Saber and wait for her. The next 60 seconds pass with agonizing slowness. After a few moments, I see sparks erupt overhead. Now I know Shiro was like, I'm gonna fight with you, Saber, but my theory is that if he waits down here, Shinji will show up, and then he'll get to punch him. I strain my eyes, trying to follow Saber's movements. The pair of figures, one black, one silver, never stops moving, then disappears after climbing a few hundred more meters. What should I do? Should I sneak into the building to get to the rooftop now? I may not be able to scale the side of the building, but if I can get to the rooftop, where the ground will be stable... A blindingly bright light bursts atop the roof. And not just once. Something scary is happening up there. Flashes again and again, like successive shots in the steady rhythm of a pendulum swinging back and forth. Ryder's noble phantasm? If it is, Saber doesn't have a chance. We weren't supposed to let Ryder use her noble phantasm. Saber winning hinged on that. Okay, maybe I chose poorly. I don't know. No time to be indecisive. I grit my teeth at my own inadequacy and sprint back toward the building. I rush up the stairs. What, no elevator? Sneaking in was easy. Getting to the rooftop? Not so much. The elevator only went up to the 40th floor, so now I have to run up the stairs the rest of the way. Oh, I see. That sucks. It's like infiltrating Shinra. The lights are out, but I keep rushing up the darkened staircase. It's been 5 minutes since I sneaked inside. A normal battle would have ended by now. The ground shakes. The 50-story skyscraper rocks like a bomb's just gone off. Just one more flight of the stairs until I reach the rooftop. I try to shake off this ominous feeling and focus entirely on reaching the top of the stairs. That seems bad. The instant I open the door, a rush of heat sears my cheek. Scorching hot wind rushes in at me. What is happening here? The concrete roof is pocked and scorched. The air is so dry nothing can survive up here. Saber is sprawled on the ground at the heart of it all, exhausted. I rush over to Saber and gather her into my arms. Uh-oh. She's still breathing. Saber's unconscious and she's breathing heavily from the wound she sustained. Saber's alone. Ryder's nowhere to be seen. What happened doesn't matter. The outcome is clear enough. If Ryder were still here, she wouldn't just leave Saber alone, weakened as she obviously is. Which means the only survivor, the victor, is Saber. Ryder was defeated, but the effort of beating her must have left Saber unconscious. I lift Saber up. She's so light. Saber weighs no more than an illusion. She lets out an anguished sigh. I guess I chose correctly there. I bet if Shiro had run up to the top of the building earlier, he would have just been disintegrated by Ryder's noble phantasm. I bet that's what would have happened. But still, I'm glad Tosaka was here. The moment I arrived home carrying Saber, Tosaka understood what was going on. Tosaka wasted no time in removing her armor and checking her injuries. Oh, maybe I did choose poorly. She says it so calmly. Tosaka just casually brings up the one thing I've been trying so hard to avoid.
今彼女が苦しんでいるのはね、魔力不足で消えようとしている自分を必死にとどめている。
She's all out. She's on empty.
魔力がないからセイバーが消える。
ええ、霊体であるサーバントがこの世にとどまるための魔力が足りていない。こんな時普通のマスターだったら自分の魔力を送るんだけど、あなたはそれができないでしょ。
酸素不足ってバカな。だって今までは大丈夫だったじゃないか。セイバーだって眠っていれば持ち直すって。
それはセイバーの魔力量が桁外れだったからよ。けどそれもここまで。魔力を使い切ったサーバントを元に戻す方法は2つだけ。マスターがサーバントに魔力を提供するか、サーバントが自分で魔力を補充するかよ。
Servant collecting it themselves. That would mean killing innocent people like Ryder.
まさかセイバーはそんなことはしない。セイバー自身が
Gotta stay in the game somehow.
でしょうね。けど方法はそれしかない。マスターが魔力を与えられない以上、サーバント自身が魔力を補充するしかないわ。これはあなたが決めることだけど、セイバーを助けたいのならセイバーに人を襲わせて魂を食べさせなさい。
That's the most realistic method. But that's...
もちろんセイバーは嫌がるでしょう。けど放っておけば遅かれ早かれセイバーは消えて、あなたは他のマスターから狙われることになる。
Saber's going to disappear? I can't even consider that. I still remember the warmth of her body when I was carrying her.
決断はあなたに任せるわ。セイバーは眠らせておけば落ち着くだろうけど、それでも限界は近いでしょうね。決断をするなら明日の朝がリミットよ。
Tosaka leaves the living room. I feel dizzy. I can't even lift my head, and the only thing I can do is listen to the sound of her footsteps fading down the hall. I will save my game. We gotta save the saber, too. February 10th. Dragon slaying. The sun rose, but I didn't sleep a wink. Saber hasn't woken up. She's still sleeping, looking almost dead.
でも顔色は良くなった。
The situation's not that dire. Her breathing is even, and that pained look she had last night has smoothed over. Saber is sleeping peacefully. It's a morning like any other.
もしかしたらこのまま。
Maybe if I let her sleep, Saber will recover. That way, I won't have to make her kill anyone. Then she could stay with me, just like she has been.
何よ、都合のいいこと。
I slam my fist into the wall. My own weakness nauseates me. If I put off on my decision any longer, Saber will disappear. I stand up without another sound. I don't know when Saber's going to wake up, but I have to make a decision before she does. I head out. I don't have a plan. I just wander, hoping I'll happen across a sign that'll help me make up my mind. I mean, let's find Shinji. Feed him to her. Feed him to Saber. That's not killing an innocent person. The park is empty as usual. Maybe because it's so cold. There's no one around, and it looks like I'm the only one outside. I sit on a bench, the question still ringing in my head, no answer yet presenting itself. Time slips by me as I sit on the bench. I have no idea how long I remain sitting there. But just as my fingers start to tremble from the cold... Oh. The crazy girl is here. I look up, hearing a voice calling to me.
りそうだ。こんにちは、シロ。浮かない顔してるけど、何かあったの？
Roll dang.
イリア、お前また一人でこんなところまでやってきたのか。危ないぞ。どこにマスターの目が光ってるか。
I'm about to warn her that other masters might be lurking nearby, waiting to attack. I catch myself, realizing how stupid that would be. Ilya's a master. I shouldn't be worried about her. We're enemies.
悪いな。今はイリアと話をする余裕がないんだ。
Yeah, I thought you were on Mad at Me Island anyway, Ilya.
せっかく会えたところだけど、話し相手になってやれない。今日は冷えるし、帰った方がいいぞ。
I don't get up from the bench as I dismiss Ilya. There are plenty of things I'd like to talk to her about, but I can't think of anything other than Saber right now. What's going on? Ilya doesn't say anything. She looks at me as if I'm a stranger.
イリア、いや、別にお前を邪険にしてるんじゃないんだ。今はちょっといろいろと立て込んでいて。
Hey, how do you know that? How do you know so much, little girl? Just out of nowhere, Ilya's voice has gotten so cold and detached.
なんでそんなこと。
言うまでもないでしょ。昨日の夜ね。
Oh.
私もあのビルにいただけよ。もっともさすがにビルの中で様子を見てるしかなかったけど。
Why was she there? I try to take my hands and feet move, but nothing happens. No, it feels like the more I try to move, the stiffer they get. It's those eyes. Whenever I see Ilya's red eyes, my senses go dull. He continues to be the stupidest boy alive. I guess she is still on Mad at Him Island. Ilya's eyes blaze with murderous intent. This is Ilya as I saw her on the other night. Berserker's master. Maybe I am in a bad end. I don't know. It's hard to tell with this one. I grit my teeth and gather all my strength. But my fingers won't so much as budge. It's like Ilya's stare has frozen every nerve in my body. A lot of bad ends seem to involve Ilya. I guess that's not too surprising. Ilya raises her hand. Her slender white fingers reach for my chest. My vision fades. My limbs have gone completely numb, and now I can't see either. How long have I been stuck in this darkness? Before I can figure out whether I'm alive or dead, I lose consciousness. Huh? I think I'm still alive.
いいの、イリア。この子、イリアの敵じゃないよ。そんなの、リズには関係ないわ。それに、これは当然の権利なんだから。
This is a bad end. It's going on a while.
この時を待ってたんだから。今さら、逃がしてなんかあげられない。
Ilya? What? I can't move. No, I can't. I can't even feel my body. What the hell happened? Am I really here?
控えなさい、リーゼリット。お嬢様、組対の受け入れ準備が終わりました。
Oh boy.
あとは転移を行うだけで
This
す。
sounds concerning.
始めるわ。二人とも下がってなさい。
My vision goes dark. There is no light here. All I can see is the crimson of Elia's command spells. She has a lot of those, it seems. My consciousness is being taken someplace else. I feel nothing, and yet I feel like someone's taking my arm. I'm feeling faint. I don't know what will happen to me next, but it seems my fight has already ended. There you go. Okay. That was a long one. That was a long dead-end. Back to the Tiger Dojo again. The best place to be. Tiger Dojo des. A terminal case of deadness. Hi, Liz. She's sleepy. Ilya will not be in this Tiger Dojo. You're drawn differently than us. That's true. Today's stream is all about people who need a nap. She is super rich, it seems. Yes. He did get scared. Okay, I'm sorry. I will climb the building and get disintegrated by Ryder's noble phantasm. Tiger stamp. It's just fucking stamped under her sprite. Danke, welcome. Alright, thank you, Taiga. That is the end of the Tiger Dojo for today. Well, we need to follow Saber. I can't just watch and do nothing. The uneven footing prevents Saber from gaining ground on Ryder. The two clash in the air, rushing up to the rooftop. If Ryder came flying down from the top of the building, chances are Shinji is there. We have two possible ways to win our fight against Ryder. Either we defeat her directly, or we defeat her master. But whichever it is, it has to be before she deploys her noble phantasm. While Saber's fighting Ryder, there's only one thing I should be doing. Interlude. Oh. 10-1. Oh shit, there's cool CGs going on. I see. Interlude is Saber's perspective. Because it was like this for Assassin as well. That looks cool. The two shadows climb upwards. They continue to distance themselves from the ground, gaining more and more altitude. Neither needs proper footing. They just kick their way up along the wall. As it happens, they clash countless times, all before they ever reach the top. I like that you can see Ryder's full body now. She's doing a cool pose. Were anyone watching from the ground, they'd probably think they were seeing a game of pinball, though I doubt they'd be able to follow the two with the naked eye. It's like a deadly circus act. The collisions are barely discernible, invisible to normal human beings. Saber had no desire to be a part of this crazy circus act. She may be a servant, but she can't fly through the sky. She might be able to run up along the building's wall, but that's it. This is no better than a free fall for her. She alternates between kicking off from the building before she loses momentum and slowing to let gravity take hold of her. It may be no exaggeration to say she's falling into the sky. Now that she's started, she'll continue all the way up to the rooftop. And in that entire journey, if her opponent hits her, she'll be hurled to the ground. But it seems the laws of gravity do not apply to the enemy. To the opponent, Saber has to defeat. The streak of purple shoots across the side of the building in pursuit of Saber, while Saber focuses on reaching the roof. Gravity has no hold on Ryder. She leaps around effortlessly, moving in and from all directions, up, down, left, right, to strike at Saber. Her long hair trails out behind her like a comet tail, and she looks like a snake wrapping itself around a log. You know, they keep using snake similes for Ryder, I've noticed. Saber's feet touch the wall. She leans sideways and kicks the wall, aiming for the edge of the building. Saber suddenly shoots out at a right angle to her previous trajectory. Not one of the attacks find its mark. Ryder is simply no match for Saber's raw power. Saber shakes Ryder off with a single kick, then kicks upward once again when she reaches the building's side. She aims herself upward. If Ryder is like a serpent coiling around the building, Saber is like a bursting spark. But it looks like Ryder might have predicted her moves. The distance between them remains the same. Ryder continues along the side of the building, not letting Saber open any distance between them. She strikes every time Saber has to take a step. Saber fends Ryder off with her blade and jumps to put some space between them. Though she's able to fend off Ryder's coiling pursuit, there's only so much she can do in the air. Where before there had been no contest in their combat ability, they are now more evenly matched. Neither has an attack that can bring this to a close. No, Ryder is withholding her own deadliest attack. Every time Saber leaps at Ryder, Ryder fends off her attack, but never counterattacks. Ryder's only keeping Saber at bay as she makes her way to the rooftop. Saber curses at her cowardly enemy. To a knight like Saber, a fight like this is as good as an insult. Such a thing should involve both opponents giving their all in their clash. By that belief, Ryder's actions are disrespectful. Scared of heights, are we, white girl? Ryder's voice is cool. She's right. Saber is clearly not used to fighting in the air. This is probably a first for her, actually. Knights are meant to fight on solid ground. They're not supposed to cling to walls like her opponent. Ryder moves upward, her manner inviting. She set this whole thing up. Saber understands that, though. At the end of this circus, yes, Ryder's ideal positioning must be waiting up above. Ryder can't use her trump cards so readily, which is why she's luring her prey to a place where there will be no interruptions, so they can settle this with her ultimate attack. As soon as she reaches the roof, she'll be in a difficult position. If Ryder's noble phantasm is exactly what Saber thinks it is, she won't have any defense against it. But there's no turning back now. We just can't ignore Ryder or her master. This isn't about defeating an enemy in the Holy Grail War. Saber must defeat Ryder here and now to protect her master, because she has no other choice. This whole situation must be absolutely dumbfounding for her. She's probably thought more than once about not wanting to push her master to do anything crazy. The two continue gaining altitude. The rapid clashes ring out across the building as the battle approaches its final destination, with no items. Interlude out! Well, that was cool. Thank you. Thank you for the saber doing a cool fight in the air interlude. Oh, we got new servant data. I see. Oh, this is a Rider's Dagger as well. It looks cool. The laundry drying pole. Oh yeah. That's assassins. A longsword said to have been wielded by the great swords master Sasaki Kojiro. The laundry drying pole is only a nickname. The sword's real name is unknown. Its length is recorded to be over 3 shaku. 1 shaku equals 30 centimeters. But the blade assassin wields in this story is a non-standard 5 shaku sword closer to a spear in length. In combat, such a long reach is itself advantageous, but it seems absurdly impractical for a katana. The laundry drying pole would be effective enough in one-on-one fight, but its length and weight would disadvantage its wielder. Surely there are no swordsmen able to handle this long sword to satisfactory levels, save for Assassin, whose esoteric techniques have exceeded human limits. Yeah, he's on that Sephiroth shit. Okay, that's enough of those running sounds. I rush up the stairs while I complain. I manage to enter the building from the back, but the elevator doesn't go all the way to the roof. I have to run up the remaining 10 flights of stairs. That's a lot of stairs. You're getting your steps in today, Shiro. I climb the stairs as fast as I can. I'm not sure how long it's been since Saber and I split up. Probably less than 10 minutes, but that's too long. You never know how or when a battle will end. Even Saber's not perfect. You could make a mistake and get into trouble. So before that happens, if I can make Shinji use up his command spells, Ryder might stop fighting. Also, I'm still exploding, in a physical sense. The harder I run, the more my still healing body aches. Sprinting toward around the building, then up the stairs has left me out of breath. But I don't slow down. No, I speed up. Something about this has me worried. I'm not sure why, but my chest hurts. It's not a physical pain. Something is warning me of danger ahead. Saber can't win. There's something on this rooftop that shouldn't be faced. I try to shake this feeling off and focus on climbing the stairs. The wind is strong. The moment I open the door, the city's nightscape fills my field of vision. Scorch marks pock the concrete. In its center, at the heart of the burn-scarred rooftop, Saber is on her knees. Saber! Saber's shoulders heave with her labored breathing. The moment I rush to her, I notice something strange floating up above me. Or rather, the sheer, overwhelming amount of magical energy forces me to take notice. I look up towards the sky. Look up at the sky! Flapping wings. I hear flapping wings. Something, a paler and more blinding white than the light of the moon, hovers over me. Oh, she's got a fucking horse. It's like is that a Pegasus or something? It is a legendary mystic I've only heard about in myth. I didn't know she could have a horse. Okay, she's riding. She's a rider, right? The horse. The moment she reaches the rooftop, Saber confronts her opponent's true form. Saber leans on her sword, exhausted, and looks up. The white light rushes toward her. Saber unleashes the wind that shrouds her sword, using it to create an invisible barrier. She goes flying backward. Her attempt to block the onrushing Pegasus fails to even slow it down. So I guess Rider is some Greek thing. The force of the impact knocks Saber back, slamming her brutally into the ground. There's no time to be lying down. Pegasus turns midair and resumes its glide without so much as pausing. She can't possibly brace herself. Her only option is to try to evade. Even if she manages that, the after effects of its passage will chip away at her defenses. If this keeps up, it will hit her eventually. I don't know, that horse is scary. The white light streaks down toward her. Pegasus sails far overhead and knocks Saber backward before sweeping back into the skies. Saber can't possibly reach it. There are no walls she can kick off of, not up here. Even if she could, there's no way she could actually reach Pegasus. That is a tough one. Despite her disadvantage, Saber waits for an opportunity to fight back. Pegasus it may be, but it's a living creature, so she should still be able to kill it if she can just get a chance. Her only opportunity for victory is if Rider makes a mistake at the reins. Rider's voice comes from high above. Saber grips her sword tightly as she looks up.
ですが、それに意味はありますか？あなたには勝ち目などない。散るしかないのなら、潔く消えなさい。
Rider's voice is calm. Even so, I hear just the slightest bit of joy in it.
幻想種だとは睨んでいましたが、まさかそんなものを持ち出してくるとは思いませんでした、ライダー。
A phantasmal species. As the name suggests, it refers to creatures which exist within an illusion. Humanoids like fairies and giants, demonic creatures like Oni and dragons. If they are considered mystics, that alone makes them superior to magecraft. It's the law of nature for mystics to be destroyed by other, stronger mystics. In the same way magecraft grows in power with knowledge, phantasmal species accumulate power from their longevity. Even if a human masters magecraft, the most they can accumulate is about 500 years worth of it. Take a species that's lived since ancient times. There's just no contest between that and a mystic that's only 500 years old. But it's been a long, long time since humans and phantasmals existed in the same world. The longer the phantasmal has lived, the further it's distanced itself from this world. The only phantasmal species in the modern world are a scant few hundred years old. So, Saber expected the phantasmal rider has as her mount to be only a few hundred years old.
信頼のものを持ち出すとは、随分と業が深いようですね、ライダー。ええ、私はあなたたちとは違う。むしろ、あなたたちの敵だったものに過ぎない。故に、私が操るのは、あなたたちが駆逐してきた。かわいそうな子たちだけ。
Interesting.
なるほど。歪んでいるとは思いましたが、英霊ではなく悪鬼の類でしたか、あなたは。せいぜい呪いなさい。あなたでは私の子に触れることさえできないのだから。
So she's not some hero. The Pegasus rests its wings in the air. It's a giant arrow aimed at Saber's heart, ready to fire at a moment's notice. She glares at the creature and thinks, Pegasus itself is not a powerful phantasmal species. A typical Pegasus is just a phantasmal that can only match a demonic beast in power. Were that the case, it would be easy to defeat with Saber's invisible air alone. But it isn't the case. That Pegasus has existed since the age of gods, and has long since reached the level of a phantasmal. The horse is nearing the level of the dragon race, considered to be the strongest of all phantasmals. At the very least, its defenses are probably already at the level of a dragon race, since Pegasus possesses divine protection that exceeds even Saber's, whose magic resistance is unparalleled. The way it glides through the air, trailing massive amounts of magical energy, is like a castle wall bearing down on Saber. It can't be possible to avoid or repel something like that. But something else is odd here. Ryder simply summoned Pegasus, and it has no true name of its own. To Ryder, Pegasus is little more than, say, a favorite dagger. And that means she has yet to use her noble phantasm. Concerning. Even in her dire predicament, the possibility of defeat never enters Saber's mind. Instead, she thinks her chance will come when Ryder really starts to get serious. Whatever Ryder's noble phantasm may be, it'll have no trouble destroying a building like this. She just needs to focus on defending herself and on staying alive. Then all she'll have to do is cut Ryder down as soon as an opportunity presents itself. Yes, if only her master hadn't shown up. Hey, listen, I've seen the other side. I look up towards the sky. Look up at the sky! Elden Ring, bro! Flapping wings. I hear flapping wings. Something, a paler and more blinding white in the light of the moon, hovers over me. It is a legendary mystic I've only heard about in myth. A Pegasus? The identity of Ryder's noble phantasm. Could that be what scorched the rooftop and forced Saber to her knees? I see that Ryder is, as her class name suggests, riding a horse, tearing across the sky. I shift my focus from Ryder. I thought I heard something. Come out, you bitch! I can't tell how strong Ryder is while she's on Pegasus. All I can tell is that White Fiend has more magical energy in it than a few hundred mages could muster. No wonder the roof is a charred mess. That monster can destroy damn near anything around it just by running across it. If that thing charges from up in the sky, even Saber won't be able to avoid it. It's a race against time. I need to defeat Shinji. If I defeat the master, Ryder will disappear. There he is. There's that little shit. I hear laughter. Shinji must be hiding somewhere. Only his voice echoes. I fight down my impatience and try to focus on the sound of his laughter. Damn, the wind's so strong. I can't tell where the laughter is coming from. I love that he's like, you should have killed me. You should have killed me when you had the shot, brother. Don't rush. Let him talk. Let him talk all he wants. The more he talks, the better chance I have of finding him. This is bad. Pegasus, still high up in the sky, tips its head towards Saber. The vortex of magical energy whirls faster as it knows no limit. If that thing comes at us at full speed, it'll blow the entire roof apart. Why do you hate your own sister so much? A white comet streaks toward us, and at that moment, a storm rages around me. For the first time, she forgets her enemy in battle. She is furious with her master for walking into this death trap. But she's also angry with herself for failing to anticipate him doing so. He does always do that. All those thoughts are cast aside now. What else can she do? Even now, even in the midst of danger, she can see only concern for her well-being in his eyes. He's always been like this, actually. He may have understood that she was an exceptional knight. That's never how he saw her. Ryder's giggling voice reaches her even now. Ryder touches Pegasus' neck with both her hands, and the beast's wings beat harder. But watch out! I think she got it, yeah. Something begins to form in Ryder's hands. It seems insignificant, really. A glittering golden rope. That's a concerning turn of phrase. Pegasus lowers its head. This feral nature is not inborn within the creature itself, but coaxed from it by Ryder's touch. It is the inarguable truth. Ryder's noble phantasm will utterly destroy the roof. If she hurried, she might be able to carry Shiro away and escape, but Ryder won't stop at just destroying the rooftop. Her master is not strong enough to survive a collapsing building. Yeah, most people aren't. Meaning, to protect her master, she will have to destroy her enemy, Pegasus and all. She doesn't have time to think about whether this is the right thing to do. Saber glances one final time at her master, still some distance from her. He is doing his best to fill his role simply by gritting his teeth and keeping back. The last of her hesitation fades. What is ahead no longer matters. All that matters is this moment, and in it, she must be her master's blade and defeat the enemy they now face. I hear the jarring, grating sound. In that moment, Pegasus ascends higher and vanishes from sight. Pegasus flies up into the air. It's already lost its form. It rises up as if to shoot through the moon, and then continues its arc by flapping its wings, powering itself down toward the ground. Don't shoot through the moon, I live there. The blazing white comet streaks downward. It becomes an arrow of searing white light, but Ryder continues urging it on. There's only one target. It intends to annihilate its enemy entirely, and the isolated garden in the sky along with it. She speaks his name. If a noble phantasm is the miracle that is released by speaking its true name, it is divine lightning. A thunderous flash. There is no emotion in her eyes as she looks on. The wind unfurls from her blade and becomes a storm. Uh-oh, she's gonna do a big one. The seal is broken. Layers of wind unfold from her blade. Her sword is finally visible. A storm rages before my eyes. The white light descends upon the rooftop. Saber, though she is the sole focus of that light, doesn't move. The raging wind, she's the source. No, not Saber herself. Her sword. Watch out, she's gonna do something cool. I can't believe what I'm seeing. The blade should be invisible, but there it is. Like unwrapping bandages, the wind slowly coils away from her blade. It's time. Finally time for this. A golden sword. The wind rages on. The multiple layers of seals peel away. Are we gonna hear it for the first time? The big attack? The big attack everybody knows? The bands of wind dissolve into the air. She readies her now visible sword and turns back towards Pegasus as it dives toward her. Ryder approaches as a brilliant flare of light. Bellerophon is now large enough to engulf the entire rooftop and is only picking up speed to destroy us, building and all. The Bridal of Chivalry lights up the rooftop. That's a fucking cool name. Time stops. In the face of inescapable destruction, my mind goes blank. But the light is not coming from the Bridal of Chivalry. She's doing it. The light churns and builds upon itself. The light of Ryder's mount is brilliant, but it can't hold a candle to the purity I see in this one. Saber is holding the ultimate sacred sword that has collected the lights of the stars. X Calibur! The big one. It's like fucking Final Flash. Except it actually works, unlike Final Flash ever does. A single line of brilliant light. It's a blade of light shearing through everything it touches. The beam of light destroys Ryder utterly as it cleaves through the clouds and disappears into the night sky. Most likely, if that sword had been used on the ground, it would have carved a trail of devastation through the city. Her sword is not unseeable. It simply does not reveal itself. It is the golden sword that captivates all who behold it, with a true name of surpassing fame. It was, yes, Pygrate, with the Shadowbringers CG, where he does the big thing and it clears the sky, the clouds in the sky. Yeah, that was Excalibur. Excalibur, the sword of promised victory. A sword that is said to have existed in England, a sword wielded by the king, who has become the very symbol of knighthood. The strongest of the servant's noble phantasms, shielded by several bounded fields. That is Saber's proof of her place as a hero. Hey look, new servant data. There it is. I don't know why it's in Japanese. Excalibur. Yakusoko Sareta Shori no Ken. It's the biggest. It's the biggest. That's all you need to know. Its number is the biggest. Silence falls over the rooftop. The wind has died down and not so much as a breeze whispers across the rooftop. I stand, dazed in place. I can't approach Saber. I'm still too confused to act. Or maybe I'm just captivated by her sword. It is, historically, the coolest sword. My mind is racing and I can't seem to think of much that makes sense. Why does she have that sword? That golden sword belongs to a famous knightly king. Everyone knows who. As I try to figure out how she came to have something like that, I realize my mind is doing everything it can to deny the simplest of the possible answers. Trans. I don't need to be making all these assumptions. That sword's always been hers. That's why her true name is so easy to figure out. The owner of that sacred sword can only have one name. Saber remains motionless where she stands. I should approach her, but my body won't listen. I've been told so many times that Saber is a heroic spirit. But now that I've seen her for myself, that she is indeed a great hero of the past, I hesitate to even get close to her. Thanks, Shinji. I'm always looking forward to you making a stupid noise like that. Hey, Pygrate, obviously I knew about Excalibur, but I feel like I am as blind as you could possibly get on this. So, I mean, like, that was pretty cool. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of impossible not to know. Right? I bet going in blind was pretty fucking... Just finding, going, oh fuck, it's King Arthur. No wonder. No wonder nobody wanted to tell you their name. Something is burning in the shadows. I turn to look. I see a burning book slowly dissolving into a pile of ash and... He looks like he's aging into dust. He looks like a Wojak. I see Shinji cringing as he watches the book burn.
Shinji.
I'm going to beat you to death now. He must have realized how much trouble he's in now that Ryder has been defeated. Shinji turns and sprints towards the exit route from the rooftop. Hey! He leaps through the door to the stairway.
Shinji.
I can't let him get away again. The moment I turn to pursue Shinji, just out of the corner of my eye, I see Saber collapse. My mind stops. Shinji is fleeing and Saber has fallen to the ground. It also doesn't help, by the way, you know, on the thing about the Excalibur reveal. You know, I played Melty Blood Type Lumina. That's literally her super, so I should we gotta help Saber. Gotta help the wife. I can't leave Saber alone. Ryder's gone, and the book that acted as Shinji's command spell has burned to ash. Shinji doesn't have a servant anymore, and he's lost his command spells. The contest is as good as over. Saber is my priority now. Yeah, he's not going to be able to do much. I think this is fine. I rush to her. She's not holding the golden sword anymore. It's disappeared, and now there's just Saber lying on the ground. Saber is in bad shape. Beads of sweat trickle down her brow, and her breath is shallow, labored. She looks like she's got a fever. I call out to Saber nervously, but she doesn't respond. She's out cold. I touch her forehead. I jerk my hand away. It's unnaturally hot. She's got to be running a fever of over 40 degrees. I'm assuming Celsius. I call out to her, but her only response is shallow, anguished. I don't know what the hell's going on. I don't know what to do, but I can't just stand around. I lift Saber up. She's so light. I knew that, of course, but now she seems even lighter. No, more than that, she's... Saber is still the person I've known all this time. I'm pissed with myself for even hesitating. Damn, what's it matter if she's a hero? No matter who Saber is, she's here and she's still warm. How much of an idiot was I for putting up this wall between us before? Gonna carry her all the way. I start running, Saber in my arms. There's no sense of triumph from this victory. All I feel is Saber in my arms, barely breathing. That's a lot of stairs to run down holding her, and then all the way across the city.
お礼を言われるほどじゃないわ。セイバーの体
So
も
we're
良く
still
な
in
らな
that
いし、
same situation.
私は何もしてないも
It's
の。
just we got to see her sword, so Shira's not so nervous about it. But still, I'm glad Tosaka was here. The moment I arrived home carrying Saber, Tosaka understood what was going on. It's been an hour. She tried telling Saber what she was going to do, then took her armor off.
それで何があったの？シンジを探しに行って帰ってきたと思ったらセイバーがあれでしょ。一波乱あったのはわかるけど説明してくれないかしら。
I don't know how to explain. Saber's noble phantasm. I shouldn't disclose her true name. I can't decide on my own to reveal that.
ライダーを倒した。シンジはレイジを失ってリタイアしたよ。ただその時にセイバーが宝具を使ってその後に倒れたんだ。
セイバーの宝具ね。まあ追求するのは勘弁してあげるわ。今のあなたたちはそれどころじゃないものね。
She's all out of gas.
それどころじゃないってどういうことだ？
言葉通りの意味よ。あなただってうすうすは気づいているんでしょ。このままじゃセイバーが消えるってことぐらい。
She says it so calmly. Tosaka just casually brings up the one thing I've been trying so hard to avoid.
消えるってセイバーが消えるっていうのかお前は。
当然でしょ。セイバーの魔力はほとんど空っぽなのよ。セイバーの宝具がどんなものだったかは知らないけど、よっぽど魔力を使うものだったんでしょうね。セイバーは自分の中の魔力をほぼ消費してしまった。今彼女が苦しんでいるのはね、消えようとしている自分を必死に留めているからよ。
魔力がないから消える？セイバーは傷を負って
She's
も
running on
消え
empty.
るっていうのか？
ええ、サーバントにとっては外的ダメージより魔力切れの方が深刻な問題よ。霊体であるサーバントに肉体を与えているのは魔力だもの。それがなくなれば消えるしかない。もっともそんなことにならないようにマスターはサーバントに魔力を送るんだけど、あなたはそれができないでしょ。だからセイバーは自分の魔力だけで戦うしかない。切れたらそれまでよ。こんなこと一番初めに説明したでしょ。
That is definitely what Saber said.
今までは大丈夫だったじゃないか。セイバーだって眠っていれば
No, you
持ち直
don't
すって
get it. Once again, he doesn't know how things
セイ
work.
バーの魔力量が桁外れだったからよ。そうね。確かにセイバーの魔力はまだ残ってる。
Just a teensy bit.
彼女ならまだ消えずに肉体を保つぐらいの魔力は回復できるとは思う。けど結局はそこ止まりよ。セイバーはずっと今の状態で戦うことになる。宝具を使うなんてもってのほか。次に宝具を使えばセイバーは間違いなく消え去るでしょうね。
次に宝具を使えば消える。
Well, I wouldn't want Saber fighting like this at all. I don't ever want to see Saber on her knees in that kind of pain again.
理解できた？結局セイバーを以前の状態に戻す方法は2つだけよ。
Look, I'm saying, feed her Shinji. It'll be fine. Nobody will miss
サーバント
him.
に魔力を提供するか、サーバントが自分で魔力を
Collect
補充
his
する
magical
か。
energy. Whoops. A servant collecting it themselves. That would mean killing innocent people, like Ryder.
まさかセイバーはそんなことはしない。セイバー自身がそんなことはしないと言ったんだ。
でしょうね。一般人を犠牲にするぐらいならセイバーは潔く消えるでしょう。なら方法は一つだけよ。セイバーを消したくないのならあなたが魔力を
I
提供する
wonder
しかない
how
わ。
we do that.
それは
I just never have heard of such a
で
thing.
きるならとっくにそうしてるさ。けど俺は魔力を提供する方法なんて知
We
らない。
just don't know.
あいにく
Certainly not an
父さん
excuse to
みたい
have
に
a
何でも
sex
で
scene.
きるってわけじゃないんだ。
まあね。 共有の魔術を教えてあげても間に合わない。シロは魔術師に向いてないから覚えるのに1年ぐらいかかるだろうし、覚えたところで使えないわ。まあ召喚時にセイバーとパスは通っているはずだから、まだ他に方法があるかもしれないけど。
Here it comes. There it is. The sex.
いい？セイバーを助けたいのなら、彼女自身に人を吸わせて魂を食べさせるしかない。それはあなたにも分かってると思うけど。
That's the most realistic method, but it's...
もちろんセイバーは嫌がるでしょ。
Yeah, yummy.
けど放っておけば遅かれ早かれセイバーは消えて、あなたは他の
Like I'm saying, Shinji is a great sacrificial target. Nobody will be sad if he dies. Saber is going to disappear? I can't even consider that. I still remember the warmth of her body when I was carrying her.
なら答えは一つよ。レイジを使いなさい、エミ役。それで最悪の事態は避けられる。
What she's trying to say is, I need to order Saber to kill innocent people. I can't say anything. I resent what Tosaka is saying. There's a part of me that has to admit it could be one of our options.
決断はあなたに任せるわ。セイバーは眠らせておけば落ち着くだろうけど、それでも限界は近いでしょうね。
Tosaka leaves the living room. I can't even lift my head. All I can do is listen to the sound of her footsteps receding down the hall. Saved the game. I think that's a good place to stop for tonight, henchbuns. I think that is a good place to end off. We got to see Excalibur. That was pretty good. Shoutouts to Excalibur. That was pretty cool. I like that whole fight scene with Ryder. That was a good one. I'm not usually too fond of the fight scenes I've read so far in Type Man Works, but that one was pretty good. So that was fun to read. I feel like a lot of good stuff happened this time. Actually, we got to see Shinji eat a lot of shit, which is great. I've been waiting for it. I've been waiting for that. It's been a long time coming. I've just been, when are we gonna finally deck this loser that I hate? And we finally got to see it happen. It was kind of done in a lecherous way too, so that's cool. I'm excited to read more next time. I don't know if we're gonna read more next week, because next week is my birthday. It's my special big boy day. It's a very special birthday too. I have plans. So you're gonna have to wait for an announcement. I will be announcing stuff probably tomorrow, actually. I'll announce it tomorrow. So keep an eye on the socials and the Discord and etc. henchbuns, because it'll be a very big important announcement. With that said, let's raise the monitor. Say goodbye to Fate. Say goodbye to Seba. We will hopefully fix her next time so she does not disappear. And thank you everybody for watching tonight. I appreciated it, and I had a great time. And I hope you did too. This has been fun. This has been a fun experiment. I've enjoyed reading visual novels on the stream, and I'm glad it continues to be something people are interested in. So let's see who we can raid tonight. Who's streaming? Matobi is streaming. They're playing Breath of Fire 4, which is awesome. I've been wanting to get to Breath of Fire games, and I hope to someday. So go check them out. I'll see you next time, henchman.